Well, one more minute. One more minute. Oh, 6:30.
There's no way.
Welcome to our December 13th Town Council meeting for our beautiful town of Poetry, Texas. We did move the date. It was originally scheduled for next Tuesday, but we did move it up. So if you're wondering, it is a week earlier, but we did vote to do that. We welcome you and want you to feel heard, valued, informed, and connected to your town and its council. We welcome diversity of opinion and want minority views as well as majority views to be heard. We also appreciate mutual respect despite opposing views. Your opinions, suggestions, and comments in favor of or against a topic are welcome. However, your questioning and interrogations will not be acknowledged. This is a town council meeting and not a courtroom. At this time, I need to remind the public that a disruption of this meeting may be considered a criminal offense according to the Texas Penal Code 3813 and 4205. You must be signed up to speak during the meeting and stay on topic according to state law. To preserve the order and decorum of the meeting, any person who makes profane, slanderous, threatening remarks or becomes disruptive during the meeting will be asked to leave or may be escorted out by a peace officer and given a citation. We have volunteer clerk, Evie Anderson is sick tonight, so Robin Bowles has graciously stepped in, and she'll be doing roll call.
Hi, guys. Mike Jaffe.
Here.
Brian Vincent.
Here.
Terry Fowler.
Here.
Simeon White.
Here.
Tom Anderson.
Here.
And Mayor Tara Sankovich.
Here. Thank you. And quorum is confirmed. And at this time, we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Fowler, and the invocation.
If you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you'll bow with me. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day that we can join together and just work to make this town better, Lord. We just ask that you be with each and every one of us, that you bless this meeting, Lord, and that you watch over us as we all travel home, Lord. We thank you for the rain, and we thank you for your protection from the storms, and we just ask that you just go before us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Terry. So under items of community interest, we have electricity, security, water, and mail service are now in operation at the new town hall site. That location is 5671 CR 323. The fall cleanup day on Saturday, the rain held off till about 3 mostly, and so we did fill up a 20-yard dumpster and about 2/3 of another 30-yard. Thank you to our approved vendors, Card Recycling, and also AWT, and I think the others are chipping in to help with the cost of that. We had about 5 volunteers who just showed up and asked for a vest, and they went along the roadside and picked up trash, so kudos to them. We thank you that we are trying to keep poetry beautiful and green. We do have a Christmas lights contest ongoing. Last night was the last night to enter, so if you haven't done so and wanted to, I'm sorry. We do, the judges will be going around, I believe, Wednesday night and Thursday night, so, and they have a check sheet, so they might be taking pictures, so if you're involved with that, then just be aware. There'll be 3 different judges, Councilmember Vinson, Debbie Emmerd, and Amy Fowler. So they'll be driving around, so just be aware that there'll be strange vehicles looking at your Christmas lights, okay? This year, the committee decided that first place is only eligible every other year to give others a chance. So, okay, moving on to reports under financial report. We have our beginning bank balance, 11/1 was $44,390.41. We had some deposits, Cards Recycling franchise fee of $14.62. It had come a little bit late. It finally arrived. It had been rerouted in the mail, finally did arrive. We had $444 donations for the town's Christmas tree. That was very generous of several people. The 1129, the TML reimbursement, I had to ask them what that was about because I wasn't sure. I did find out that they had, we're going to have to be charged again. It was an error. They just sent us a check in an error. So I went ahead and deposited it, but because I didn't hear back for a while, but they'll have to be, they'll reissue that. Anyway, they'd gotten their wires crossed a little bit. On 11/1, the USPS, that was a mail out. We have Wix website, 1948. On Amazon, we had some office supplies. Walmart online, we bought the Christmas tree at the Cyber Special, Monday Special. We saved like $140. It was $455.81. We were waiting that refund for the sales and use tax that they don't allow online for $26.81. We had a volunteer try and go get that today, and they didn't recognize the UBC or something, but we're going to still work on that. The Messer Fort McDonald, that did cash $5,023.58. Print time for the newsletter, $56.37. Teresa Scholander, City Secretary, $813.15. We had from the previous month, the Wix website, $19.48. Faith Temple Baptist for the reimbursement for utilities, $50. Mapping services, $150. From the second meeting, $50 for Faith Temple Baptist. And then we had 25 FEC reimbursement checks, which did clear, and that is confidential, but the total amount is $2,884.98, which leaves us an ending balance of $37,996.32. So our volunteer who was set to do the minutes got sick with the pneumonia, so that'll have to wait. So on the top of the agenda, on item number 1, we do have a guest with us, Miss Debbie Taylor of our first town auditor of Caperton CPA. It's actually Murray Pascal Caperton Certified Public Accountants. So welcome to Debbie Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor. Is this on? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. As the Mayor said, I'm with the firm of Murray Pascal and Caperton, and it was our privilege to audit your first full year of financial transactions this year. You had a really good year. Oh, I'm about to forget. I did bring a copy in case you don't have it. This is your bound copy that I will leave with you when I leave today. And we'll just kind of go over some highlights of what we do and what your financials, what the results were, and then if you have any questions for me, and if I can't answer them, I will get back with you and research it, but let's just move into it. First of all, I don't know how familiar you are with an audit, but we don't look at every single transaction. It's sort of a statistical game. So what we do is we look at the risk of material misstatement, which means that there's a mistake either due to fraud or error that would cause a reasonable person to make an incorrect decision about the finances of your town based on that. So with that being said, let's just kind of look at the highlights. Your assets exceeded your liabilities by $141,278, which is phenomenal for your first year. And that is primarily due to the donated asset of the land and then the fees that have been paid on the remodel of the town hall for the $14,000. So it was excellent, good start to your first year. The rest of the increase was due to the net income of the town of $27,496. So, which means that you have total net assets of $114,474, Of that, $26,804 is unrestricted, which means that that's available to pay for the day-to-day operations of the town. And as she said in her financial report, it's already gone up from then. This is as of 9/30, that was your, I'm sorry, yeah, 9/30 is your fiscal year end. There's two sets of statements in here. One set of statements is called the government-wide financial statements, and that includes everything. That would be everything, every kind of business. And then the other ones are called fund financial statements. And the focus of a fund financial statement is to address your short-term fiscal needs. And if you look at the differences between the two, it's your capital assets. That's your long-term assets that are not available to pay for the day-to-day operations. So that's kind of the two views of the financial statements, and it's to help you get a short-term and a long-term view and know the financial health of the company.
Excuse me, Debbie, could you identify the page number when you refer to
Oh,
something?
sure. Well, let me just tell you, for the description of the financial statements, it's on page 5. The financial highlights that I just read, page 5. And then in the second page of the report gives you, I don't think there's a page number, let me look. The second page of the report actually does give you the table of contents. If you want to kind of look at that too, that shows you that the first page is the elected officials, then our report, then it's called management's discussion and analysis, and that's just kind of from the city's view, what's going on, town's view, excuse me, I'm saying city instead of town. And then the financial statements would be the government-wide first. I'm looking at the table of contents, Tom, the second page.
Okay.
And then the second set of the fund financial statements. And then there's the notes to the financial statements, which when you get into looking at it, or if you have already, you'll see that's more than the financial statements. Lots of stuff going on there. And then the last thing is the required supplementary information, which is your budget to actual presentation. And then page 2 is where the financial highlights that I read you. Page 2 and page 3 kind of give you a more in-depth description of the government-wide versus the fund financial statements, and then the supplementary information. And then we move into the management discussion and analysis, which just kind of gives you the overview and highlights and what's going on. Like at the end of it, it even mentions, your budget was this last year, it's going to be this year, and what the plan is. And as you know, if you look at page 9, no, that's not the one I want. Sorry. I've looked at these so much I'm lost. Okay, yeah. Page 8, at the bottom of 8, you'll see what your income and expenses were. And as you already know this, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, the franchise fees are your income, basically. And then I see that you are next year planning to get sales tax, which will help you grow bigger and better. And that's kind of it for me. Do y'all have any questions for me?
I do, Debbie.
Yes, sir.
So the capital assets, and I looked on page 20 for the definition under the GASB's, and I'm guessing the way that y'all have listed the property as a non-spendable fund balance, because that shows our capital asset of the property at $100,000.
Okay, that is specifically the land, and then the $14,000 is what you've spent to improve the building and move the building.
Okay, so where did y'all get the value of the land at $100,000?
We had a third-party appraisal that gave us that value.
So CAD's historically low, but they're close, and every piece of property on that road's at $17,000 to $20,000. So this 1.14 acres is worth $100,000?
I'm not the one that did the appraisal. We used the third-party appraisal, and that was their value.
Does it affect our overall standings if this was devalued to $20,000? because it,
Well, even, excuse me, even the tax appraisal was like 29,000.
the upcoming one, I looked at the last one. And the reason I ask is we can't sell that piece of property. It goes back to the people that give it. So, so to me, and this is y'all's wheelhouse, that's really not an asset if we can't never truly have it. We can't sell the piece of property, so I don't understand how that's an asset. We can't borrow against it.
The information we were given is that it was a donated piece of property. We had an appraisal that gave us the value, and that was the information we used.
It is donated free and clear.
It is, but we can't sell it. So, no, if the town dissolves or if the town decides to move their town hall to another piece of property, that piece of property reverts back to the previous owners. It is only to be used for the purposes of the city. Yeah.
It's still a capital asset, Terry.
Is it? Okay.
Well, but I guess I don't understand either, because I was thinking about that in terms of cattle. You know, if I leased a field from
It's not, okay, it's
Bill
not
Bennett,
leased.
I mean, I can't go sell that field. I may have a lease for a number of years conditioned on me keeping cows there, keeping the fences up, but I can't borrow money on it. I can't sell it. I guess, for me to declare that part of my worth, that doesn't seem right. I don't know.
There
I'm
is a
not an
complete
accountant.
warranty deed on that, and it is registered under the town of Poetry with the county.
Right, but it reads, grantor for the consideration and subject to the reservations from conveyance and the exceptions of conveyance and warranty, grants, sells, and conveys to grantee the property together with all and singular the rights and appurtenances therefore thereto in any way belonging to have and to hold in grantee and grantee's heirs, successors, and assigns for as long as the fee simple determinable condition is satisfied. And if the fee simple determinable condition is not satisfied, the property will automatically revert to and be owned by grantor and grantee. It will be given 6 months to remove our stuff. I mean,
Why don't we do this? Why don't you phrase your question again for me, and I can research it and get back with you.
Actually, I
Well,
think it's a legal question. It's not an accounting question, if I understood it right, and that's something that a lawyer would have to ask, or answer, rather.
Okay?
Basically, I think the question is, if we do not have the ability to use it as an asset, is it actually considered an asset?
Okay, and I'm not
We
sure
we
why.
can't sell it and we can't borrow against it, so is it an asset?
Are you sure we can't borrow against it? You're assuming that, but
Well, I'm assuming if we didn't pay our bills, that the bank wouldn't get it because it says it reverts
they're
back
not
to
going
the
to give us a
grantor.
loan if they know that's in there.
If I were in a bank and somebody brought it to me, I would say, you don't own it, so you can't, I mean, if you don't make your payments, then it goes back to the other party, so we don't really want to make a loan.
there aren't payments on it, though. There's no payments.
If you borrowed money against
Yeah,
it.
if you borrow money, you'd have to, I understand where, I'm just saying, I understand where they're coming from, and I think that's the general question.
What we were considering is replacement value. If you're using the town hall and the property and you had a fire that destroyed your building and your insurance would come in and pay for that, then it would be the value to replace that.
Okay, so back to, I guess, my original train of thought. If it is capital assets or not, does it affect this report if it's not a capital asset? If it was deemed that it's not a capital asset, does it affect anything in this report?
Well, as of this report date, it is, so it's kind of a future question.
Okay.
Your town hall remodel isn't complete, and you still have the opportunity next year to address it too.
Okay. And one other question besides for that. So this is all accrual-based accounting.
That's correct.
So are we, is our bank statement, is that accrual-based, that 39,000 that was reported tonight? Or is that cash basis?
I'd have to clarify that. I'm not sure.
And
I
just-
mean, that's actually not even from QuickBooks. That's actually from
I guess my
American
train of
National
thought,
Bank's
on
bank
accrual
statement.
base, you have looked into our debts, your firm has looked into our debts, so any debts that's outstanding, has been accounted for already in this.
What debt?
Yeah, well, let me refer
Well,
to
we-
your cash question, because
Okay.
the cash is actual cash as of 9/30. That was your reconciled cash balance.
Okay.
Accrual basis means, like, for instance, I don't know if you noticed or not, that you had some accounts payable in there. And what that is that you got some legal invoices
right.
after the end. But those legal invoices were for the year that ended
That's right.
9/30. So we did an accrual entry,
That's right.
which would make those be in the period that they should be recognized.
So as y'all's audit shows that I guess the liabilities, I think it's listed at 19,421. That would be our legal fees and stuff that's outstanding?
Correct.
Okay.
Less than $10,000 or so that we've currently paid, but as of 9/30.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already paid 2 other payments since then.
Right, but as of 9/30, they were still outstanding.
So where did, I guess the big question is, were there any significant findings?
No, sir. We gave an unmodified opinion that your financials were fairly presented, and we have found no misstatements.
And that's the last letter, the last page, the letter of your audit, correct?
Okay, let me speak to that, because that probably is a little confusing, because in the letter, it does say, that here are things that we found. These are ordinary adjustments, like, for instance, you had the accounts payable, for instance, that's an ordinary adjustment. You had some franchise fees that were paid after 9/30, but that were applicable to the fiscal year ending 9/30. So we did an entry so that those would be reflected in the financial statements. So there's just depreciation. Actually, I don't think you had any depreciation, because your asset would have been donated at the end of the year. But those are typical entries that we see in an audit. So even though they're called findings, and I'm not going to quote me if they were referred to in the letter like that, but even if they were findings, that doesn't mean it's a mistake or a misstatement. A misstatement would be if you refuse to make those entries, then we might have some different language.
So you necessarily package up everything into the year boundaries, right, the fiscal year boundaries, to make sure if there are checks still out or if there are deposits that fell over the year end, that everything gets included in the correct year. So this really is start to finish of that year.
Yes and no. I mean, the balance sheet is as of a period of time, which is 9/30. So it will be your assets and liabilities as of that time, whereas your net income and your expenses would be as of the fiscal year period. Anything earned, whether you were paid or not, and anything owed, whether you had paid it or not, in the example of the legal fees and the franchise fees.
So I've seen audits before, and I haven't looked at one in a while. Is this new to have the correct and uncorrected misstatements? A lot of times, if it was something that was small, it wasn't ever noted on there, but I guess that's new to me. Is that
Well,
so every misstatement or correction is stated on here?
we like to inform,
Yeah.
the governance body what we found. We're above board in what we do, so you can see what entries we made. And again, I say, the town made those entries, and so therefore they wouldn't be findings.
Okay.
We'd have a different discussion if
Right.
they refused.
So Debbie, you said for the basis of the property valuation, I guess your firm found an appraiser?
We had an appraisal.
So
Yes.
is that like a matter of public record? So in the future, we know what the basis was other than just somebody told us?
As far as I know, you have access to that. It was,
Okay, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Tara, do you have a copy of the appraisal or?
I do have a copy. Mhm.
I'd like to see that going forward, not tonight necessarily, but just so we know what it said, so if we get questioned on it, because it sounds like the audit is based in part on that finding, so.
Any recommendations for us moving forward?
well, the biggest thing, and this, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, you need a bookkeeper that can stay. That's where you have the biggest issues, and I know the mayor has plenty on her plate, she doesn't need to be the bookkeeper too. I would think that would be your biggest goal, is to get that taken care of. And I know.
Have you seen the most recent, I don't know if it was before September, where they put it into QuickBooks, and it has its own accounting? Have you seen any of that?
What do you mean?
I guess the
What are
most
you talking
recent
about?
report that you gave us, it was in QuickBooks, and I didn't know if anything that y'all had looked at had that version. It was a lot better reporting.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the budget, or actual, what do you? what are
The
you
chart of
referring to?
accounts.
Oh, yeah, she has access to all that, yeah.
So that, they had that?
Yes.
Yep, in
Okay.
fact, we prepared that in preparation for the auditor in
I got you.
part, so, yeah.
So someone just keeping that up is really our
So
need.
and that's another thing about an audit, we do not do your books, we
Right.
take your information. In this case, your QuickBooks is what we took and reviewed and ran reports and things out of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're sure welcome.
Thank you, Debbie.
If y'all think of something after the fact, you can certainly email us or text us, well, not text us, you won't want to text us, but you can email us.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Okay, if you would like to speak on this, she does not answer to, I think, public questions, but you're welcome to ask the council. Chad McFarland?
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. I want to look at, if I could get y'all to look at page 25, which is the budget versus actual. We had a total revenue of 86,171, total expenses of 73,149, which on there shows us leaving, a surplus of 13,000, which on the surface looks good, but then if you factor in the 19,420 of the legal fees that aren't on here, on this sheet, we spent $6,398 more than we took in last year. So that's not a good way to start.
Okay, so,
And I'm speaking, you can tell me how wrong I am after my 3 minutes are up. Then, I want to look at the fund balance at the end is 26,804. But then if you look at the budget for 2020, the one that y'all passed, which I handed everybody a copy, we start our budget with a 29,397. So I'm curious where the difference is of 26,804, then you go to 29, whatever on the 2022 budget. So there's so many other questions, but I've only got 3 minutes and, so we still got some unanswered questions here.
thank you, Chad. So the legal fees are on there at $28,467. Those are already accounted for, and that's what she has said. Okay, Shelley Smith?
Shelley Smith, 18730 FM 1565. I'd like to know if the auditor found any evidence of the town using a personal credit card to pay bills.
She was aware.
Okay? And then also on the financial report for this month, if you look at the beginning balance for this month, it's $1,000 less than the ending balance for last month.
Patrick Smith, I guess you're on pass? Okay. All right, so anyone, I guess that's it for the audit? All right, so any other discussion by council? We'll go ahead and move on. Discuss and take action to pay invoice for the town audit of $42.50. That was, of course, discussed ahead of time. And I do have an invoice here.
Do we have any citizens?
No, no citizen comment on that.
Then I move that we pay the invoice, $42.50, pay our bills.
You have a second?
A second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Benson, a second by Anderson. All those in favor to pay our bill for $42.50 for the auditor, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Number 3, discuss and take action to pay the July legal invoice to Messer Fort McDonald for $42.53.59. That one was not discounted. Any comments on that?
Do we expect any of the other bills to be discounted, or are we looking at the full rate from here on out, the rest of them?
No, the answer is the next month was roughly, they kept it under $5,000, and this one was under $5,000. It was the only one that was under 5, so they didn't discount. But the August bill, which was $8,300, they discounted by $31.78. So the August bill is $51.32.
We have 2 more bills after this, if I'm right.
Well, I don't think
Right.
we have them in.
We don't?
I haven't seen them. Past August?
So I did get I believe 2 more. I think that's our final. Yeah.
Were they discounted, or what did those look like?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it. But and from what pattern that we're seeing is they're trying to keep it under 5,000. And they've been trying to discount it to them. Of course, he got up and said that we could pay what we felt was fair, too, so.
Thank you. I'll move to approve.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Motion approved.
I'll second.
Yeah, second.
Okay.
We'll go with Simeon seconding.
Okay, so we have a motion by Fowler,
Oh, yeah.
Public, any comment?
not on this item. I don't see it, number 3. No. I think they want us to pay our bills. I don't have a number 3. Okay, all right, thank you. Is that it for number 3? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Fowler, seconded by both Vincent and White. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, number 4, discuss and take action on hiring new town attorney, the law firm of Nichols Jackson, and approving an engagement letter. So David Berman is here tonight since he's on the agenda. So let's give him a welcome. This is the first time I've met him. We did have him.
We've talked for a while. But
We've gone back and forth, and actually I had talked with him prior to the engagement letter with Messer Fort McDonald. However, he was at the time, I think, had another town that he was representing that would have been in a conflict with ours. So, but he is freed up now, and but he was extremely knowledgeable about incorporations and that kind of thing prior to Messer Fort McDonald. So he was actually the first one that I had talked with. And last meeting, we had an executive session. We had him on the phone. We also had city manager of Talty, who said that they've had him representing their town since its inception for decades.
1999.
Since 1999, and they're very happy. And what really cued me into this, and the reason I started looking at this, is because of budget. I looked at the city of Talty's budget. When I was looking at budgets back when, in the summer, and I noticed that their budget, last year, their complete budget, and they're a town of about our size, and they've been around since 1999, was only $8,000 total last year, and this year it's only $11,000. So that really got my attention.
Like I said, they had some issues that I had to do some work on. That's why it was that high.
So, and to hear the city manager say that they've been very, very happy. I also heard from the mayor of Talty and the city secretary, and they couldn't say enough nice things. And they get an invoice every single month on time. So I
I'm
would.
kinda- Yeah, I was
go
kind of
ahead.
surprised to hear how the prior city or town attorney was billing you guys. And to be honest with you, the amount was, in my perspective, kind of shocking. Grossly disproportionate. Those types of legal fees are not appropriate for a town this size. You don't need to be paying that. You don't need that kind of work. I don't know what they were charging you on an hourly basis. My office is extremely accountable and very transparent. We charge $1.95 an hour. We charge in increments of a quarter of an hour. We bill every month. Every bill will show you exactly what we've done in that prior month and what we're charging you for and what you're paying for. To see that there's a bill on your agenda for $4,000 and you still owe a whole lot more, I can't believe that. I don't know what they did for you guys that would possibly have incurred that much money. It's really surprising. But apart from the transparency and the accountability, the firm is clearly qualified. We've been doing municipal law for generations. We've represented some cities like the city of Richardson and the city of Duncanville since before the Vietnam War. I've been doing this since 1984. All we represent are cities, and then some political subdivisions, Dallas Central Appraisal District, for example, Denton County Transportation Authority, and a couple of appraisal districts in some other areas, and a handful of economic development corporations that are all created by cities. My perspective is that if I am here, I'm not going to interrupt and I'm not going to interject and I'm not going to say anything because most councils will navigate to the right conclusion without my intervention unless you guys are actually going astray and might get yourselves in trouble. As a town attorney, my first job is to keep all of you out of jail. My second obligation is to keep all of you out of the courthouse. And thirdly, to keep the town out of the courthouse. So, for example, the issue that you had earlier regarding the reverter clause in your deed, I want to answer the question, but if you don't ask me, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to volunteer. That makes sense? But I will say, just off the cuff, that for capital asset, for accounting purposes, your town hall is a capital asset. For practical purposes, you own it, except that you have that reverter clause. What that means is that it's not a lease because you're not paying monthly for it. You can do whatever you want with that property. You can improve it. You can plant crops on it. You can raise cattle, do whatever you want with it. You cannot collateralize it, not because of the reverter clause, but because the Texas Constitution doesn't let you do that. You can't borrow money. A lot of Type A general law municipalities make this mistake. I had a police officer, police chief once come to me and say, I've got an agreement with the bank, an informal agreement where they will lend us X dollars so that we can purchase this piece of property and build a police department, a police station on it. And I said, well, did they tell you that they could do that without collateralizing the land? And they said, no. And I said, what were the conditions? They said, well, they told me that you had to talk with your city attorney and he had to approve it. And there's no way that I'm going to approve that. You can't do that. You can't borrow money like a normal private company does.
We would have to issue a bond, is what you're saying?
I'm
You have
sorry?
to
We would
issue
have
a
to issue a
bond.
bond, is what you're
Well,
saying?
you don't have to issue bonds. There are a handful of ways that are few and far between where you can borrow money. Tax warrants, certificates of obligation, general obligation bonds, anticipation notes. If you do come to the point where you do need to actually go into debt, which would be unusual, if you did, there are vehicles and there are financial advisors that will hook you up with that would guide you through that process. But you can't just simply borrow money from a bank. A big mistake that a lot of Type A general law cities make. I will say on your agenda, by the way, that there's an issue regarding term limits and an ordinance imposing them. Did your prior lawyers tell you could do that?
So it's just a proposal. There is no ordinance. It's just one of the council members
Okay.
suggested it. So we're just going to talk about it.
Okay.
We
all
want to talk
Well,
about
I'm
it.
not going to say anything because you're not asking me, so. With that in mind. all
Well,
right, so
if
the
you're
firm-
still here, we would probably
Yeah, I know,
like to
I
do
know.
that.
The one problem I'm going to have if you hire me is that your council meetings are on the third Tuesday of every month. I would not expect that you would need an attorney present at every single meeting. If you did, you're doing something wrong. But for operational purposes, I have standing orders to be in a council meeting in another city every first and every third Tuesday of every month, no exceptions. All right, tonight was a piece of cake. I sent somebody else, one of my associates, to cover that other city, and then while I was sitting here, I got a text from the mayor saying, how come you're not here? And aren't we more important than anybody else? And well, yes, every city is my most important city, But if I were not here, and you did need a lawyer present, either I would find a sub from my other city, and come out here myself, or I would send an attorney out here to represent you, to give you legal advice. In a worst-case situation, if you guys were doing something that was really, if hypothetically, knock on wood, we got sued, right? There would be a series of executive sessions that we would have to discuss the litigation, progress, settlement, things like that. We would have to do those, we would probably do those on not on regular meeting agendas, but on special meetings.
Just a question, would Monday work out better for you?
Actually, not really. I hate to say this, but every Monday and every Tuesday,
What day is best?
I am, knock on wood, only attending Board of Adjustment meetings on Wednesday nights, but not consistently. Those always work. I could probably do Monday nights. I have two cities that meet on Monday nights, the 2nd and 4th and 1st and 3rd. But I don't attend all of their meetings, so by and large, it would be catch as catch can. If you did 2nd and 4th Tuesdays, or the 2nd Tuesdays of every month, that would work. But you don't need me, you don't need me out here at all your meetings. If you do, there's something wrong, and I'll tell you, if I can figure it out, I'll tell you what it is. But you don't. A town this size, your legal fees should be $8,000, but it should be like Talties.
A year.
A year.
That's not, yeah, per
A
year.
year. Annually, every 12 months, to make this really clear, every 12
Yeah.
months.
Yeah.
So,
Did you start with Talty when they incorporated?
our firm incorporated them. I've been their town attorney since 1999, since their incorporation.
So this is no new news. We know nothing, and we're writing a lot of ordinances and trying to define our government statute. So we really don't know. So a lot, in defense of MFM, a lot of that has been them generating documents. So how would you propose that we would get around that?
All right, well, to some extent, that's unavoidable. But I will say this, ordinances and resolutions, I've got, I've drafted thousands of them. It doesn't take me 2 hours. Unless it was a really long, we need for you to adopt or to create an ordinance that adopts a set of subdivision regulations. Those are huge. If you said, we want you to draft and propose a comprehensive zoning ordinance, that's huge. It's a big document. But, routine, garden variety, run-of-the-mill, monthly types of resolutions and ordinances, I've already done it before. It's not going to take me 2 hours. It might take me an hour, hour and a half tops. That makes sense?
Does your firm generally review agenda items before we?
It's whatever you want us to do.
Because since you mentioned it and since it's my item, the term limit item later in the agenda, since you made a comment on it, I'm assuming that there's a chance that that's not something we can do. So
You're
with
not
that,
asking me, so I'm not telling you. Right?
so with that being the case, would you want us to run the agenda by you so you could flag something before we come up here and show our incompetence?
Yes, whatever you want. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. That's not the right way to put it.
This is not my area of expertise, so I'm willing to say on some level I'm incompetent. So.
It's your call, but I'm happy to do that. I did review the agenda before tonight's meeting. I had access to it earlier and looked it up online and printed it off this morning, took a look at it. And, it's pretty straightforward. There are different ways to structure it. For example, well, I shouldn't say that because citizens input, for example. You can have citizens input on every single agenda item if you want to. Or you can have one item at the very beginning of the agenda and have all input for all agenda items at the very start, including work session items. You don't distinguish between work sessions and action items. Most cities do that. You can streamline your agenda. You don't even have a consent agenda on here, which is kind of surprising.
We normally do.
We normally do,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So apart from the format, the actual substance, I mean, generally, you do whatever you want to do. If you want me to review the agendas in advance, absolutely. But you got to understand that I'm not going to have the full background on it unless somebody gives me that information. So for example, the agenda says, consider an ordinance to adopt term limits. I have no background on that at all. And so when I'm looking at the agenda, I have no idea what you guys are thinking about doing. So someone's going to have to tell me if you want me to proof it. And I can certainly give you advice on how to restructure it to make it simpler and quicker, to make your council meetings go much more efficiently. In terms of reviewing every substance, sure, happy to, if you want me to. Yeah, I'm going to keep the bills down to H to 11, annually, so.
So go back to what days are good for you? You said,
He said the second and fourth.
All right,
Yeah,
so
no,
I
second,
work a
fourth-
lot. I got to tell you, I work a lot. I represent a bunch of
no,
cities.
this
Our
is,
firm represents
you
a lot.
said the second Tuesday is better than the
The
third
second and
Tuesday.
fourth.
Second Tuesday and the fourth Tuesdays, I
Are
can
better than the
manage.
third. And what about Monday?
Just not the third. Mondays, I have two different cities that meet on Mondays, first and third and second and fourth. I don't attend all of their meetings. So Monday is catch as catch can. That makes sense. I worked last night. Monday next week, I'm not going to work at all. I worked Monday night last week. So it depends. But Monday would be difficult,
Okay.
Yeah.
but manageable. The second Tuesday is easier.
Second Tuesday of the month would be better.
The fourth Tuesday of the month is easier too. That's my favorite one, is fourth Tuesday.
Fourth Tuesday.
Yeah, because I have
Yeah.
P and Zs that meet.
Well, and that's something that we could vote to change if we needed to.
Right.
So,
If you needed to.
If we needed to.
I don't want the tail to be wagging the dog here, so. All right, so, the
okay.
name of the firm is Nichols, Jackson, Dillard, Hager, and Smith. So that you know, my name is not a part of the name of the firm, only because I don't want it to be. Nichols is deceased, Jackson is just about there. Rob Dillard has retired years and years ago. So Pete Smith, Bob Hager, and I, and Joe Gorfita are the four partners in the law firm. Technically, if you looked at just the active partners, it would be Hager, Smith, Berman, and Gorfita. But I don't want to be a part of a law firm that has 6 names in it. and Nichols Jackson has a great deal of name recognition in the legal community, at least in this region. Lewis Nichols was the founding partner of the firm, and he was, he was famous when he was active and working.
Does Rob not work for University Park anymore?
Rob Dillard does. He is of counsel with the firm. Now, he's retired as a partner, but he serves as of counsel. He represents University Park in a couple of really small towns in strange places. Yeah. So you know Rob.
I work there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, well, I'm not going to say anything about it.
So,
Well, I'll ask you too before you get there. I've already asked the other attorneys. That's not a conflict that I know Rob, correct?
Well, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Even if he was paying you money, it wouldn't be a conflict. No, seriously, even if he were paying you money, it wouldn't be a conflict.
so Tom, you were interested in the days he's available, but I would just point out that we probably don't want him at the meetings because he's going to charge us door to door plus mileage and other things. And I think that's where we've made mistakes with the other law firm. We would have someone come to a meeting and go home, and it would be like a $2,000 bill or something. insane.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Mike. It's just, if we did.
If we need, like an executive session
Yeah,
or
but if-
something.
Yeah, if it's an off, but that's, we
Yeah.
can figure those out. We don't need to move
I
our meetings
understand.
Yeah.
necessarily.
Mike, let me explain to you my billing practices for all of my cities. My partners might do it differently, but I don't, and this is how I've always done it. I usually set an amount of time that it takes, that I'm going to charge the city for me to get there. Usually it's around 30 minutes. For you guys, it would be 45. I represent, for example, the city of Watauga, 45 minutes travel time just to get there. Once the meeting is over, it's $1.95 an hour in quarter-hour increments. When the meeting is over, I don't charge anything for going home. The firm does charge mileage at IRS rates, which is nominal, $10, $20 tops. But $2,000 for one meeting, it was a really, really long meeting,
Well, but
wasn't it?
our typical meetings are 4 to 5 hours, so.
Wow.
Yeah. But we only meet once a month, where other
Right.
towns are
Well, still, that's
oftentimes
a big
meet too.
hickey. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
big hit. so.
Sure it is.
But yeah, but
Are
the
you-
charges coming and going, and it was an
Yeah.
hour and
No,
a half.
Yeah.
no, I charge you a flat 45 minutes.
Would you be open to do an executive session over the phone?
Absolutely, we can do
Okay.
that. You betcha, like we did
Okay.
last time. Or either by speakerphone or by video conference,
Okay.
either way, unless I'm in another meeting.
So
That first and third Tuesday.
Yeah.
I guess I learned about you at our executive session where we spoke to you briefly, and now you're talking again tonight. So clearly you've been working with Tara a little bit,
Tara's been bouncing
looking at
questions.
some things.
Tara's
Do we
been
owe you any money yet?
No.
We don't even, we haven't engaged you, but do we owe you money?
I'm not your town attorney.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not going into this with a bill.
Can we just keep this relationship?
I'm sorry?
Can we just keep this relationship?
Yeah, really.
There's Mike asked, do we owe you money? And your response was, I'm not your town attorney. That's not a direct answer to the question.
Let me give you a really, really clear answer. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate clarity.
And I really like to, I pride myself in being able to answer questions very simply, without, a 5-minute explanation. I mean, you ask me a question, if it can be answered with a yes or no, I'll tell you yes or no. If there's something that you want to do that I don't think you're allowed to do, I'll tell you. Lewis Nichols was famous for telling cities, in city councils, I told you that you can't do that. You've got my advice. I'm happy to represent you when you get sued. I don't necessarily follow that philosophy. If there's a way to accomplish your objective, I'll tell you what it is. Sometimes there simply isn't, but more often than not, there is a way to do it in a way that won't get you in trouble, won't get you in the courthouse, won't get you sued. That makes
What's
sense.
your typical communication model with other cities? Say Talty.
Email.
Is it all through the mayor? Or that they have a city manager there?
I work directly through James Stroman. I've represented Talty since 1999.
Who's James Stroman?
He's the city manager. He's the
city
one that
manager,
was
right.
here last time.
Yeah, city administrator, yeah. I have not dealt with the mayor in years. I have not attended a council meeting in the town of Talty. Gosh, more than 5 years, maybe 10. We recently did a condemnation where we exercised the power of eminent domain to acquire land to build a new city hall. I've never attended a single council meeting through that entire process. Right? All of my communications with the town of Talty and all my communications with you guys would be by email and telephone, unless you're asking me to come out here to attend a meeting, in which case it'll be in person. But by and large, it's going to be email, telephone conversations. Emails are wonderful. I can work on emails over the weekend and at night when I'm not working, I may not answer immediately, but if I'm asked to do something, it gets done quick. That day, next day, a couple of days tops. With one exception. I have a mental block when it comes to drafting subdivision regulations. I can look at AIA contracts. I did an AIA 201 agreement last week that was 85 pages long and turned it around the same day. But subdivision regulations, gosh, it takes me weeks. I don't know why. It just does.
That's a big project.
It's taken us 18 months, so.
Yeah,
Well, okay. That's a long time, though. Shouldn't be that long. Right?
yeah.
I can also give you guys guidance on where to look, rather than me proposing things. For example, a town recently asked me to review their subdivision regulations. I really have a mental block to that. I hate doing it. I do it, and I will, but I just hate doing it. My comment was, virtually every city in this region has all of their ordinances online. You have the absolute easy ability to look at any ordinance for any city. I've canvassed other cities throughout the state of Texas looking for specific kinds of ordinances. You can plagiarize because they're not trademarked or copyrighted. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So what I did was I said, look, look at other cities and get an idea about what you want. And this is, can you just recommend some city for us? Sure. Here's a copy of Plano's subdivision regulations. Send them out. Piece of cake. Right? Not inventing the wheel. Everything that you guys need has already been done before.
Right.
So we are a little unique in all full transparency, and I appreciate your firm's transparency too, but have you seen the outline of our city?
It's kind of like a gerrymandered
Spider web?
It's not really a cohesive, square unit. Ideally, we square around, but no, I've seen it, yeah.
So that's some of our problems.
Right.
Trying to draft ordinances and who they actually affect, and
I understand.
because I would venture to say there's not very many properties that are 100% contained within the boundaries of our town limits.
Understood?
So you probably haven't had that much experience with that, but just full transparencies, that's a huge problem. There's islands, there's pockets that
Oh,
we
I know.
don't touch.
Oh, I know. I've seen other cities that have had similar and identical issues.
Okay.
If you can't get those folks to voluntarily annex into the town, for all practical intents and purposes, the ability of any city to annex nowadays is pretty much gone. Historically, you could do it involuntarily. And for general law cities, if you provided them with utility service, you could take over their property and annex them whenever you wanted to. Nowadays, the legislature doesn't like cities. I will say this, the past couple of legislative sessions have made it very clear that the legislature does not like you. And it's, at least the former lieutenant governor has made comments that referred to vulgarities regarding mayors and county commissioners. They have not been kind to cities. And one of the areas where they have displayed their lack of appreciation for the work that cities do is in annexations. They did that tier system a few sessions ago, and then they did away with it completely at the last session, and now it's a completely different ballgame. Without having a request on the part of the property owner, there is still some way, but for you guys as a general law city, there isn't. It's not going to happen. So you're going to live with the gerrymandered districts. In terms of the services that you provide, there are a lot of people that will enjoy the benefits of city services that don't live in town. But then again, they don't get to vote. So,
Wait a minute.
Well, that would be
Hey,
a question to
David,
ask.
so we have some citizens who are wanting to speak. Would that be okay if we
yeah,
have?
let me sit down. I'm
Yeah,
done.
hey, Chad McFarland?
Well, before,
It just, well, my job is to make the meetings not last 5 hours. We are trying to move on.
we just heard from him, but we haven't talked about a broader discussion between us. So can we have a quick discussion before we entertain the citizens?
Okay.
Because, one of my big questions is, he seems to be a delightful individual. It's great. But do we have any other firms that we're looking at?
I did check with the city of Crandall, and then I saw what their budget for legal services was. It was even more. It was, I think this new year's $65,000 a year. And I said, oh, that's the wrong direction. So I think he's very qualified. We've heard from the city manager, Mr. Stroman. I've actually talked to the city secretary. Now, they do have a 20-hour-a-week city secretary who's been there for years, and so she knows a lot. And so she's able to help manage some of the things. She can pull an ordinance down and do a lot of that. So, that is a goal. And I've been kind of trying to glean from them because, as well as some other municipalities. And so if we have a city secretary who's trained, and they can be kind of the cohesive, consistent person there, and that's very key. So that can help save on some of those legal expenses because you were having to retrain people, then that adds to the expense.
Yeah, I guess I would jump on Brian's comment, Tara, that, the last law firm, and I don't want to beat them up because they were good folks. I think that we have some of the responsibility on ourselves as well as on them, but we believe them to be good people, and we did our background check and all of that. And I think even a year and a half in, or however far along we are, we're still a little naive in this area. I like everything he said, and I like the way he presents and just sort of simple, transparent, and all that. I don't have an issue with that, but I want to make sure that, one, we acknowledge that we thought we made a really good choice the first time, and that didn't go so well. And two, do we have, we got a whole packet on the last time we did this a year and a half ago. Do we have other information that we can go off and think about? We were encouraged to call some of their cities and talk with them and ask about their experience. And not that I'm doubting what he says, but I'd just like to be able to say we did our due diligence.
Okay, so he was presented last executive meeting. You had a month to do that.
Well,
Did you not?
He
I
wasn't. I wouldn't call it presented. I would call it sort of sprung on us.
Well,
Because I had no idea that you had been working with him. Neither did most of the council, I suspect. And so I think just because we talked to him on the phone last time and he shows up this time doesn't, to me, constitute a proper interview and consideration of a law firm.
Well, you were welcome to bring an additional candidate if you so choose. I mean, you're able to do that.
Well, I don't know, it's like it happened. We didn't say,
Well, we don't have
okay.
an attorney right now, so he has credentials for decades. We heard from City Manager Stroman that they've been very happy with their services. So why not give him a shot? And
Well,
he's obviously within our budget.
Well, I like the budget part, but we said a lot of the same things about the other law firm, and that would
But
be-
they didn't send us an invoice until March of this year. So they wrote off the entire fall, but we didn't get an invoice, so we didn't know. And we kept asking and asking and asking and never got an invoice until March.
But that's like not telling a long-term employee that there's a behavioral issue and then suddenly just firing them and saying, I'm just not happy. I think we had an obligation, in my opinion, to say long before a year and a half had gone by, because remember, I kept asking, I'm one of the people, where's the invoice? Where's the invoice?
You're
Where's
right.
the invoice? What's the accrual?
You're right.
We're going to get a big bill one of these days. We're going to get a big bill, and we got a big bill. So
Yep.
again, I think some of the responsibility is on us that we didn't take action quickly enough. So again, back to this firm, I feel like we're kind of in the middle of, let's make the decision, and we talk to them, and we need to go, and whatever, and I don't know, I don't like being rushed on this, because I don't think that's what the people that voted for me wanted us to do. I don't think that's how they want me to make decisions.
Well, look, there's a statement in here that says that the firm, this is a contract proposed, says the firm will serve at the pleasure of the town. The town has the right to terminate the firm's services at any time. That means any month, if we don't like it, we can opt out. We don't have to owe anything, no excuses or anything.
And you know,
So-
yeah, and I agree with that. This contract is very simple compared to the one that Mr. Fort McDonald had. So we can.
And, yeah, and Mr. Fort McDonald, they had it so that they had to interject in things. And Mike, I understand your point. It's just that I think we have to be more aware this time, as if we see an issue, we bring it forward, and if it's something we can't resolve, we terminate it, like it says. But in the meantime, we need a law firm. And I like Mr. Berman's answers, and I think he's competent, and I think until we find otherwise, I think my recommendation is we go forward with them. So we have a law firm, but I also agree with you, Mike, we need to be more aware of what's going on. And if we see a problem, we need to address it immediately, not let it go on for months.
Let me get a point of clarity, though. Is the engagement letter the same as an engagement contract?
I don't want to interject, but the engagement letter just simply outlines the services. With all cities, and all cities that I represent, you can fire me anytime you want. We serve at the will and the pleasure of the council. You don't have to have a reason to fire us. Unlike an employee who might have a cause of action for wrongful termination, we don't. It's a professional relationship that can be terminated by you at will. All you need, you don't need notice, you don't need cause, you just need 3 votes, period, on a posted agenda.
Brian's question, is there a second contract? And I think you said no.
No,
This is the contract?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, actually, that engagement letter is a lot more than we have with most of our cities.
Well,
Hate to say that, but, we have an understanding with our cities, and it's a pretty simple, straightforward, so, yeah.
So I guess my question to the other council members would be, and of course, our term doesn't last that long, but if we were at the end of our term looking back and something went right or wrong, are you going to feel comfortable that you knew and did all of your due diligence that you would have wanted to do had you been given more time and we weren't in a crisis kind of thing? I don't have an issue, to your point, Tom, with renting his services. That's how I would view it. We'd sign the letter, but we're just renting him until we sort of gathered up enough background to say, yeah, this is definitely the guy we want to do. Again, he looks good, he sounds good, he's representing a lot of, cities that I respect, and I know we're not making bad decisions, but so was our last law firm. Their resume was very impressive. Their billing and invoicing was scary, but their resume was good. So I just want to make sure we don't get another one when we take her home. She's got a fake leg and the teeth come out and the hair comes off, and pretty soon it gets really bad, so.
Yeah, we got to be more aware of what's happening this time, and I
Well,
think we will.
We are more experienced now.
Well, I'll jump on that too. I'd like to say that I like that mentality. I think our major problem is that we never reviewed kind of ahead of time or even had a platform that we could really discuss our law firm. And that's the problem that I have. You know, whenever I hire anybody, they're going to be reviewed after 6 weeks or 3 months. I mean, that's really standard. And they're not really hired until that review takes place. And I would do the same thing with them. Although, you know, I like everything that I've seen. I've been impressed. The problems that I had with the other law firm seem to be not present in this one from what I see, but it's not a lot of information. And I'd want to look over it later and also give us time to look at other lawyers like you're saying. So I'm really liking that idea. That's what I do for business, so that's what I would do here.
Okay, so we have an election coming up in May, and it starts in January. So we have to have legal representation. I'm just going to let you, I mean, we don't have a lot of wiggle room here, and I wish we did have more time, but we just don't.
Well, that doesn't mean we can't put it on, say, 2 months out, or maybe even next month, 3 months, whenever. Make sure that it's on the next agenda to review and relook at this.
And so if another town scoops him up on the second and fourth Tuesday, and then he's not available, then we're, you know, actually, he was my first choice before Mexer Fort McDonald, and so, and then, but he wasn't available, so what are we going to do?
Hire and review, not review then hire.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said.
I
I'm
think he's
saying-
saying do something like a 90-day probationary period where we do the engagement, but we commit as a council to come back 3 months from now and on an agenda have a topic that says, look at performance of law firm for prior 90 days and consider going ahead or not.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'd agree with that. I mean, 90 days would be the maximum, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we went a year and a half the last time. That's a little long.
Right. We made a mistake.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
little long.
Mr. Berman, would you want to be present for any review or questions that we would have at that time?
No, if you wanted me here, I'd be happy to attend. If you hire me on an interim basis or even a probationary basis, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can do it however you guys want to do it. I'm confident that at the end of whatever this period might be, that you guys will be happy. I'm pretty sure that you will be. Once you see the bills, like, you're going to be really happy. If you want me to come back, absolutely. But at that point in time, I'm going to be charging you for my time coming out of here.
I understand that.
You know, so, and I calculated, if you had a council meeting that lasted 6 hours, and I charged you the standard 45 minutes to get here, it would be a little over $1,000, not $2,000.
Our goal is not to have 6-hour meetings.
I don't want to attend,
Okay.
thank you.
And on that note, we're trying. Okay, so I don't have anybody up here on the deck. Please, if you want to speak, you need to be up on the deck. Chad McFarland, Chad West, Shelley Smith, Patrick Smith. You want to pass? Okay.
And David, before we wrap up, let me say with
okay.
all due respect, my comments are not directed at you specifically. I like everything you've said, and I would
take it personally.
I would buy from you, but again, we've got to stand up in front of our citizens outside of this building and, you know, justify what we've said and done. And I just want to make sure that whether I like you or not, we're giving you all the same process and consideration.
I completely understand.
And just as a little bit of clarity, whenever we were reviewing our last law firm, they asked for us to do it in an executive session. They said they'd never been reviewed publicly. Would you ask the same thing? We'd want to make sure to make you comfortable with whatever is going on.
It's your choice, however you want to do it. I don't care.
I
Okay.
appreciate that.
That says a lot
Confidence,
to
I
me.
like that.
Okay, Ms. Shelley Smith?
Okay, I agree with Councilman Jaffe. This topic deserves at least as much attention as choosing a trash company. Nichols Jackson website states that they regularly attend planning and zoning meetings. Will they be permitted to attend in Ms. Hardwick's home?
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, what do you suppose their response will be to a closed meeting like that?
That's a subcommittee, not a commission or even a committee.
What do you suppose that they're going to say when you say we say you can't come to our planning and zoning meetings?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. P and Z meetings are all open to the public, just like council meetings are.
Not here, not here.
If it's a planning and zoning commission, they are open to the public by
Yeah.
law. If
We-
it's a committee of the council, that's
committee.
quite different.
It's,
not-
it's
no,
a
it's-
It's a
subcommittee.
subcommittee.
Subgroup.
It's a subcommittee, it's just a research group, volunteer.
And, just to point out, I know that you were cut off just before when you asked about who gets to vote in the town. You might want to find the answer to that one. It's really interesting.
I understand there's a question about that.
Okay, so that's all of our comments. Do we have a motion? Or-
Patrick sign?
Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Patrick.
Patrick Smith, 18730 FM 1565. Can somebody just clarify, what agenda item are we on at this point?
Number 4.
Okay. I'm up here for 5, so pardon me. I'll come back for the next one.
Okay, so we've listened to our citizens and we've had conversation. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept Nichols Jackson as our attorney with the letter that we have, which is subsequent to be determined how far we go with it.
I'd like to offer an amendment to that motion, that we add in there, and it will be recorded in the minutes, that we commit to following up in 90 days with an agenda item to review performance billing relationship both ways.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a amended motion by Councilmember Jaffe, seconded by White, that we do approve this engagement letter by Nichols, Jacobs, Dillard, Hager, and Smith, namely David Berman, with an automatic 90-day review of all things considered. Okay, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Okay, number 5, discuss and take action on amended lease agreement with Longhorn Organics LLC for parking and driveway. Okay, so once again, we're revisiting this issue.
Wait a minute, David, did the clock start yet? Okay,
Not
good.
tonight.
We
You're
haven't-
welcome to hang out,
Yeah.
just don't charge us.
We haven't signed it yet.
Make sure you
so-
guys don't get in trouble. So I'm sticking around.
All right, so Holly Dempsey did email back the amended lease. Their attorney dug in his heels on the indemnity. They have spent, I don't know, hundreds of dollars working on this lease agreement. It's $100 a year for the town to have a parking. Without the lease, I don't know that we don't have any parking. We'll have to park on the road, on the CR 323. So she said this is the last time. They have been over backwards to try and allow us this as a gift to the town, and they're pretty much, this is it. They're pretty much done. They've spent, I don't know how many hours and hundreds of dollars with their attorneys trying to help our town out, and she said this is the last time. And so it's our gift. It's $100 a year for the lease. They just want to make sure that there's not some rascal going to sue the pants off for the parking. And so that's,
So Tara, the one we have now, it's take it or leave it, is that right?
yep.
Okay.
Do you have this ground lease agreement available? You need a copy of this ground lease agreement.
I've seen the lease. I'm familiar with the discussions and negotiations. Do you want my advice?
I want your opinion on the indemnity clause.
Indemnification clauses in Texas as a municipality are not always binding unless you've created an interest and sinking fund or designated an account from which that indemnification would be paid if it ever happened. Cities are, you can't borrow money and you can't create a debt that binds future councils. You can obligate funds in this current budget year, but you can't obligate funds in a future budget year. An indemnification clause that might be invoked 2 years from now doesn't work unless, like I said, you've designated a source of funds from which it would be paid, or you've created an interest in a sinking fund. which I certainly don't have, and you won't be doing that for years. The indemnification clause, although it kind of reveals what the tactics are in connection with negotiations, but we're so far along that I don't think at this point it really makes a difference. Ordinarily, I'd say, let's have a quick executive session, and I'll tell you what the deal is. For our purposes now, if this is the last chance you got, then I'm going to tell you, if you agree to the indemnification clause, what I would have been doing was I would have tried to get some concession. I would have agreed to the indemnification and gotten something else in concession for giving that up.
They did make amendments on several things that we had already asked for.
Yeah, no, I got to tell you, the lease is a triple net commercial lease. We're just talking about a parking lot, really. But how much time do you guys want to spend doing this? How much risk do you think?
We've been doing this since September.
How much risk do you really think that you're taking by signing it's a 5-year lease for $100 a year. Holy cow, I'll lease it for $500 a year.
So when you ask what
It's
kind of
100.
risk are we taking, this is third or fourth draft of this. When you're asking me as a representative of the city to indemnify them and
Yep.
all their employees
Yep,
on any action that they do,
yep.
I have a problem with that. Actions that they do, we could not be in session over there. We could not have a car in the parking lot and they get injured and they're asking me to indemnify them
Right.
on that parking lot. I have an
Right.
issue with that. Now, I get it that it clearly says to the extent allowed by law, but if it's so pertinent, why do we even have to have that in there? If the Constitution doesn't back it up without these, I don't understand what the hangup of their attorneys are, why they want that verbiage in there.
Their lawyer is not a city lawyer. Their lawyer is a private attorney that is regarding this lease as a commercial lease. Like I said before, it's structured as a triple net commercial lease.
It is.
Right? And this is what lawyers do. You know, they get to negotiate these terms and provisions. My guess is going to be that the property owner's lawyer doesn't know that an indemnification clause is probably not binding against us. My guess is going to be that the property owner's lawyer probably is not really aware of the immunities, governmental and sovereign immunities that cities typically have. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also have insurance. I'm assuming that you do have a policy with TML, with the Intergovernmental Risk Pool. Okay, so what's the problem? Let's assume hypothetically that I don't know, let's say, worst case scenario, you have a 4th of July celebration sponsored by the town. Town buys fireworks and catches everybody on fire. Cars on fire, people on fire, right? It would really be difficult for the town to be liable for something like that. Now, if they sued the owner would invoke the indemnification clause. And we would say, number one, it's not valid and binding against us because it's a future budget year that we didn't budget for. And number two, it's unconstitutional. And then number three, we'd file it as a claim with our insurance carrier. And we would go on about our business. Our insurance carrier would provide for our legal defense, would raise all those issues.
Okay, so you're speaking of something that we sponsored. Now
Yeah.
let's turn the tables and the landlord sponsors something and somebody gets hurt. We've made improvements on that property and they say because of the improvements you've made on this property, that's why I got hurt.
I wouldn't worry about it. How could they get hurt? What kind of improvements would we make that would possibly cause injury to
Well,
people?
right now there's a partial, let's just use this, there's a partial fence removed.
Okay,
I mean, because you can sue for anything at any time, right?
absolutely, you betcha.
So now let's say the landlord has, I think it's been said before, they've sanctioned a drag race on this piece of property. And somebody hits a piece of fence that we've removed.
Okay,
So that doesn't concern you?
No.
Because we've indemnified the landlord. Now, they-
understand.
Okay.
I know, I'm not concerned.
Okay.
Okay, so,
You're the attorney.
But it's really complicated, but I got to tell you, the town has governmental and sovereign immunity in a number of different areas. That is a huge defense, a wonderful shield that enables especially smaller towns to do business. Were it not for that, you couldn't do business. No one could, because anyone can sue for anything, and often they do. Doesn't mean that they're going to win, but they can if they want to. Right, we have insurance through TML. TML's policy will provide for, and I actually do work for TML in defending other cities that we're not city attorneys for. That policy will provide that you will pay the deductible amount on the policy, which generally is around $1,000, and that's it. They will cover your defense. They will hire a lawyer to represent you. They will pay for all damages. That's assuming that there are any at all. You understand what I'm saying?
Are all cities still capped, like a 250 cap per incident?
If it's a Texas Tort Claims Act claim, then it's capped at 250. Injury in a parking lot, it would be a Torts Act claim, it would be capped at 250 max. Yes. There are other kinds of liabilities that we could incur if we did really the wrong thing.
Right.
That does not have that 250 cap. For example, inverse condemnation. But for a tort claim like we're talking about, the use of a premises liability claim, it's capped at 250. That's why TML is wonderful. It's not really that expensive compared to other insurance carriers for private companies because there is that statutory cap. All right.
And in all fairness, we haven't had counsel to walk through this with. So it's me trying to read, which I
And
think
triple
they're
net
all-
commercially, oh boy, that must be so
Well,
much fun.
So
Yeah.
our
Right.
former
Exactly.
attorney had it for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
But
but they didn't do anything.
They
with
didn't
it.
do anything with it.
Regardless,
So you needed a
that's-
one-page lease. Really, you needed a one-page lease, maybe 2 pages tops.
Well, we didn't write this lease.
I know,
Yeah.
I know, that's what you got from the landowner.
Yeah.
But you didn't, I mean,
I mean, you've
honestly,
been practicing since '84, so if you think that
So
This
that's,
indemnification-
that's my question is, okay, the indemnification clause is written so as to expose the town to more risk.
Sure,
But does it? In your legal opinion, does it expose the town to more risk?
not really,
Not really.
not really.
That's
I'm
kind
trying to
of a
imagine
fuzzy
some
answer.
scenario. The way that it could would be if the indemnification were invoked in this budget cycle, in this budget year, and you had appropriated funds for it, and it was something that gets around the immunity provisions of Texas law.
So if the clause were in there and we established a fund to pay that clause, that's what would expose us to additional risk.
Yeah.
And if we don't establish an indemnification or a fund to pay for that indemnification, we can't attach future councils to that, so.
Right, so imagine if a prior council, although there hasn't really been one, but let's imagine you had a city council 2 years ago agree to a contract that had an indemnification provision in it. As you sit here today, you never participated in the negotiations of that contract. The budget that you approved makes no provisions for paying anything associated with that contract. And now you got somebody saying, well, you got this contract here, we're invoking our rights under the indemnification clause, we want the town to pay for this. How would you feel if you had to figure out where that money was going to come from?
Yeah.
All right? The appropriations clause of the Texas Constitution protects cities. It basically says that in the absence of the creation of an interest and sinking fund or designating a specific fund from which these debts could be paid, you can't bind a future council in a financial obligation. You understand that? All right. That doesn't mean that they can't sue, and if the landlord has an indemnification provision in their contract, that's going to give them, they're going to rush to the courthouse. All right? And then the plea to the jurisdiction, and then the motions for summary judgment, all that stuff finally gets it shaken out, but you have to go that route. So if you can negotiate out an indemnification clause, that's great. If you have to live with it, don't worry about it. Seriously.
So you think it's okay to negotiate an indemnification clause out?
Absolutely.
So
I
with
consistently work on contracts where I don't agree to indemnification provisions.
So what we've done is not made us go backwards. I mean, we were trying to do the best.
No, I understand that, yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah, what I understand right
Some
now
don't
is.
believe that, but yeah.
No, I know. I think what you've got now is take it or leave it basis, and honestly, we're just talking about
A parking lot. And there is really no interaction. It's not like they're sharing it with us, okay? They are there Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have our meetings at 6:30 p.m. at night. There is no, interaction, really.
Now, Tara, one more question.
Okay.
Have they cleared this with the bank, this one we're looking at?
I believe so.
So if we approve it, it's done.
It's my understanding.
Okay, I have another question for our legal counsel.
You guys are working me already?
I know.
We're not even on the second agenda.
I know.
Okay, so there was a question raised about third party. We have the town hall with a little strip of grass and a driveway. At the end of that driveway is the landlord's business. Before you get to the landlord's business is a little strip of land that the mayor and her company uses for parking storage vehicles.
Hey,
And the question was, there's a stipulation for the landlord has the rights to the property, including any third parties. In my interpretation, the mayor's company is not a third party in this agreement, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm asking for a counsel.
I'd need to see the lease, and I'd need to study it.
Okay.
And I'm not comfortable doing it while I'm standing here. I could take a look at it and maybe give you a best guess. But without knowing exactly what the lease says, I can't tell you what the ramifications are.
Can you give him that copy up there, Ms. Robin, please?
And can we take like a 5-minute break?
Okay, and we'll take a 5-minute,
It's paragraph 1.
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Regular agenda meeting? Okay, so we allowed legal counsel, Mr. Bertman, to look at the lease agreement. And did you want to go ahead and comment on that, sir?
Yeah, boy, like put on the spot really quickly, too. How about that? The lease is a
Oh,
non-exclusive.
can you, the mic?
It's
Yeah,
that or
so-
swallow a goldfish.
Yeah, no, it's a non-exclusive lease, and it says that the landlord reserves rights and interests in the driveway for any and all uses by the landlord or any other third party that the landlord may determine. That does not unduly inhibit the uses of the tenant as defined in the lease. Landlord can authorize anybody else, it's non-exclusive, so we can use that as a parking lot. Landlord can let anybody else, the landlord themselves, or anybody that they authorize to use that same parking lot, so long as it does not unduly inhibit our uses.
That seems fairly fair.
That makes sense?
Okay, so as far as the mayor and her company being able to get to the storage facilities back there, does that pose any kind of, does it
Conflict
unduly
issue,
enrich the
ethical
mayor,
issue,
basically?
Does not unduly enrich the mayor, as I understand it, she's already using it now, with permission from the landlord.
Well,
How
it's her
does this-
property that she's accessing.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah. Landlord
Okay.
has the right to authorize anybody, including the mayor, to access property, as long as it doesn't inhibit our business. It's not an unjust enrichment, it's not taking advantage, and it's not a conflict of interest.
Okay.
I don't see how it could possibly be.
Are we indemnifying them?
You know, well, you're
Because
worried
later
about that
on,
indemnification. I mean, stop worrying about that. I mean, you can stress over it if you want to, but I'm not going to. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It does seem to suggest, though, that there is some scenario, the lease does suggest.
Well, yeah,
that
because it's.
that there
clearly
is a
says it's
scenario
landlord
where-
is- And it lists everybody else, so
I got
UPS
you.
could be considered
I got you.
indemnified at this point.
I just can't help but continue to say it's just a parking lot.
Okay.
It's not a building with people occupying it, climbing up and down stairs, getting into elevators and on and off of escalators and jumping in and out of windows. It's just a,
So I hear you saying, David, that it's not a concern because it makes them feel good,
yep.
but it really doesn't put us at any undue risk, in your opinion.
It's a simple, it should be a simple lease. The provisions are complicated. The law protects us. You don't have to worry about this. This is really a two-page agreement. This should be a two-page agreement.
So if the council were to execute this, their law firm is going to think, we got it.
Oh,
We
yeah,
got
they're
full
going to be
information,
high-fiving each other all day long.
No problem. They're
Yeah.
going to feel good. Of course, we're going to feel good thinking we know constitutional law,
Yep.
right? Texas
We're going to pay
Constitution.
them $500 up front and access that parking lot for the next 5 years.
Okay.
So the last
say
page
thank
that says
you.
guarantee of lease, does that need to be removed from this?
You want me to negotiate this lease right now?
No.
They're not going to negotiate this with
I'm not
you.
asking you that. That's something that just
Hold on,
come up.
what paragraph?
Very last page on the very bottom of it, just says guarantee of lease.
Mechanics liens, notices.
No, very last page, back copy.
It's just this.
Oh, just
Blank
the
page.
footer says guarantee of lease. Page 1, and it's blank.
Can we just remove
Give me a
it?
page number, because I'm not
Here.
seeing it in the.
It doesn't have one.
It's the very back, it's a blank page, and it just has a footer on it that says guarantee.
Oh, I got you. So what do you suppose that
rip it
compels
off
you to
and-
do?
Huh?
What do you suppose that compels us to do?
Have a guarantor?
Absolutely nothing. It's blank.
We don't blank. Okay.
The obligations and imposes
Why
on
would
the
they
town.
send it? Okay.
It's just, it's,
Probably part of the edit somewhere.
I don't know, but
It doesn't require us to have a guarantor.
absolutely not.
Okay.
But there wouldn't be anyway. We wouldn't be
Right.
able to do that.
Exactly.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dale Bryant? If you want to speak, please be on deck. It saves us time.
Dale Bryant, 11139 County Road 2464. Terry, to address that guarantee, that's usually what you have is a personal guarantee on a lease. And it's just a page, they didn't include it in the lease, and that's why it's there. But normally, normal leases, you would have a personal guarantee. But at $100 a month, why?
It's
what are we
$100 a year.
A year,
Yeah.
what are we guaranteeing? All right, and that really brings up my biggest issue is I think we're all focused on this $100 a year, and yes, they're bending over, but we're bending over too. We get nothing for that, and I think that's the biggest thing. We may be better off paying $1,000 a year or something and getting, like in Section 9, I know I don't have much time, non-exclusive use. We have to guarantee the landlord that we will not interfere with their use of the property, okay? Normally, that's reciprocal. That's fine. We won't interfere with you, landlord, but you, landlord, you can't interfere with us in our rights, and that we don't have. This is a one-sided, non-exclusive use, so it needs to be reciprocal. In other words, for both parties. Also, because it's $100 a year, the landlord or tenant may terminate this lease at any time for any reason. So let's go put out the parking lot, spend whatever thousands of dollars building the parking lot. They say, you know what, we're tired of this crap. Get off the land. 120 days, we're off the land. In a ground lease, and I'm sure their attorney will tell you, you have to have certain rights to do that. You have to have the quiet enjoyment, and they've taken the quiet enjoyment clause out of the lease, attorney. The other thing is under Section 5, it says, and the landlord has a right to and whoever else the landlord may allow to occupy the premises. That property is just in front of our property. So they can allow someone else to use that property. So, for the record, does any city council member or the mayor have any current actual knowledge of any discussion with any other party to use that property? No?
No.
Okay. Let's just put that on the record. Thank you.
Catherine Hartwick?
Catherine Hardwick, 9988 County Road 2430, Poetry, Texas. My question is, how many council members knew that upon acceptance of the gift of land for a town hall location, a ground lease would be required for a parking lot? We have 1 acre, and we can't fit our parking lot on there.
Initially, the Longhorn Organics was going to go with an easement agreement, but their bank said no.
So nobody?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right, Chad West, or I'm sorry, you're not on deck.
He passed.
Okay, Shelley Smith?
Okay, given that there are trust issues within the town, even the perception of a conflict of interest, to me, if I were the mayor, I would recuse myself from any and all discussions about this. Don't even be a part of it. There's no point in it, especially if you have nothing to lose. Then why are you in the debate? And then also, let me see, I lost my place. Were you, if we do not get the easement agreement?
It's not an easement agreement.
Okay, the ground lease, excuse me. If we don't do this agreement, how are you going to get your hay delivery?
It's separate. That's a whole separate issue.
Are you still using that same strip of land
I
to
have
get to?
I have a verbal agreement to allow, I'm allowed to use the driveway.
Do you have any, is there any compensation or anything
Nothing,
for doing
either
that?
way.
It's just a handshake agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did Longhorn build their building on that lot back there? Was it after we were incorporated?
I think you're veering off into the woods.
Well, you follow me on this one. Were we incorporated
I'm not
at
going
that
to go
point?
down there. That's off the topic.
So I would say, yes, we were incorporated. So you were mayor when you asked a special favor to be able to use their land to get to your land?
I have no other driveway available.
So as mayor, you asked a special favor.
Actually, we bought the property in full in 2019. Then we sold Longhorn Organics 12 acres. We sold them 12 acres of land. They currently have the driveway. So the only way we can access the 4 acres, we donated an acre to the town. We have 4 acres in the back, and so we have to use their driveway to access it, the 4 acres that we have in back for hay storage.
So as mayor, you asked for special favors?
No, ma'am,
of
it's
one of
not.
the
It's
citizens
just
of Poetry?
a driveway.
Just checking, just checking.
It's free.
Is
Okay.
that where Cencor is going in?
You're really off topic right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Patrick Smith?
Patrick Smith, 18730-1565. Okay, at the last meeting, you and I had a discussion specifically about paragraph 1 to the existing proposed lease agreement. And we had a discussion specifically, you and I, about the third party mentioned in that paragraph that would be able to use this easement. It's now a lease agreement, pardon me, that's been negotiated by the town. Do you recall that?
And David Berman addressed that.
I'm asking, do you recall that discussion so that we have a context for my questions? Yes?
I do recall.
Okay, thank you. Now, at that time, you identified your company that owns property behind the town hall as one of the third parties that would be able to use the ingress and egress access.
Yes, because we donated the acre in front to the town,
Okay.
free and clear.
And
So in order to access the back 4, yes, sir, we have access to the driveway.
okay. So would it be, to try to sum it up, would it be your position that by donating the land to the town for the town hall, you lost your access to the other 4 acres?
It was a huge sacrifice in one sense.
Okay, and so that required that you get access by some other means?
Well, the relationship is amicable and friendly, and they have no problem with us accessing the back 4 acres.
Okay, so the change, but never mind. You've said you've just got this handshake verbal understanding. So unlike the town, which has a 12-page agreement with millions of dollars of insurance requirements, indemnification language that may or may not be able to be enforced to you depending on various circumstances and other things that may develop in the future, your position is that unlike the town of Poetry Plaza or Cencor, whoever owns that property behind the town hall, they're going to be able to use that same easement, that same ingress and egress. It's not going to cost them a penny.
Yes, sir, and the difference is that they trust us. They don't necessarily trust the rascals in this town.
The rascals?
The rascals in this town.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a rascal problem in Poetry?
I believe we do.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Time?
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, so Councilmember Anderson, do you have a motion?
I make a motion, we accept the ground lease agreement presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made to accept the ground lease agreement as written, and seconded by Vincent. All those in favor? And that passes 3-2. Okay. Number 6, discuss and take action on amended insurance rates to meet the lease agreement standards and to provide protection for the town's volunteers. So currently, I believe we have $350,000 in coverage. That was the lowest tier for our type town. In order to meet the lease agreement, they wanted us to up our game. So I did price check. One thing I did find was that, TML is wonderful. They are providing the workman's comp. That was in the agreement, workman's comp. It was under $400. That's extremely reasonable for a year. And actually, we do have a lot of volunteers who use tractors and chainsaws and things, so I think that's probably smart anyway. And then we also, in order to meet the lease agreement of the $2 million coverage, you'll see I did find some other alternatives because TML, although they'll on our town property completely, they will protect us, and they do provide legal. But the additional insured, we would have to go to this other company to have them do an additional insured. And you'll see there's one company for $500 and the other one I think was $1,100. I know I pay 10 times that amount for my feed store, so I thought both of those were very reasonably priced. So we have a Craig and Lee, it's $500 per premium, for the premium per year. And they would give us the general aggregate of $2 million, and that seemed like a very reasonable price. And then, of course, you'll see the other company, I believe was about $1,100. $1,164, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so just on the, and they do give the certificates of additional insured. If you own a company, you recognize that is kind of one thing that they do request. So is there any discussion on just those two?
And I guess I'm still recovering from my morning, but what is it exactly that
Okay, so.
Are we looking to pass one or the other?
Okay, so probably should separate. Okay, so we do need, according to the lease agreement, we do need some workman's comp, and I do believe we need that anyway because we do have significant volunteerism, and in order to protect our volunteers who are, like I said, cutting trees and or doing road work occasionally and, picking up trash, I think it would behoove us anyway to have this. So the quarterly payment for the additional workman's comp is $82.75. So it's annual contribution with a 2% discount, $324.38. I think that's extremely fabulous price. So I think we could probably just deal with the TML and approve that, or, hopefully with that first. And so any discussion on that?
I guess my question is, our existing TML insurance does not cover volunteers? Is that right?
Well, it does, but it doesn't have workman's comp. It has insurance, but it doesn't have workman's comp. So if they were injured and they were out of work for 6 weeks, it would not cover that.
Okay, so that's the reason we're having this $500.
This
Cover workman's comp.
$324.38. Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the wrong one, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's different, yeah. This is just the workman's comp, so if we dealt with this, So if any, even if the council members were volunteering, the current TML insurance does cover
So
up
that,
to 350,000 on things, but it does not have a workman's comp so this would be something that would actually complete our policy, I think.
okay, so 324 is with TML,
Yes, sir.
okay?
And that's the second half of agenda item 6, with the
Ye-
provide protection.
Yes.
I did have a question about it on the workers' compensation payroll schedule, page 1. I was just wanting some clarification. I didn't understand. It says elected/appointed officials governing body. It says the estimated payroll is $3,600, and that is not the secretary, to my knowledge, because it has clerical office, payroll estimation of $10,500. Now, as I was just looking at this, I just wonder where they got these payroll estimations, or if you knew anything about it. Outside volunteer payroll, inside volunteer.
I did answer pages of questionnaires for them, and I had to estimate the volunteer. We did obviously give them our budgeted amount for the secretary. The other, I don't know, it may be a figure that they have to come up with for volunteer hours. I think that they have a number that they slot for, because I gave them the number of hours that we have volunteers, and they then assign like so much per hour for that, and that may be where that came from. And it looks like, they assign a number for that.
That's odd. It might be something to just bring up with them later, because I'm certainly not getting paid, so.
No, I think, so anytime, like I think, even the emergency management, I remember going to the classes and they were saying, if you have volunteers, they automatically credit the town, like $15 an hour or something for those volunteers that show up, and then you can get reimbursed by the federal government based on that. So they assign a number, and I think that's what you're seeing, is an assigned number.
So this workers' comp is going to pay my salary if I get injured from the fire station. They're going to pay me 60% of my salary at the fire station if I get injured in this city.
I think that's the way that workman's comp normally works.
I thought workers' comp covered the workers of this city.
For their pay.
But it also, you can see here, it's all paid employees, outside volunteers, elected, appointed officials, and then inside volunteers. So it's outside volunteers, I had to ask this for clarification, means anyone who's working outside for the town, volunteering. Inside is anyone who's volunteering to work inside in clerical or whatever duties. And so that was, I had to fill out numerous questionnaires on all this, and then they based it on that. And we do have a volunteer logbook now, so for various reasons.
I'd kind of like clarification on that.
So,
So my reading of worker, and not that I've done a deep dive, I just had it as part of a course in class. But my reading was that the entity that is paying for workers' comp is the entity that we're meeting the obligation of. So if a volunteer is not getting paid, then the workers' comp is not paid because there's no pay involved. So I'd like to get some clarity on that.
I mean, it clearly says here that it covers inside volunteers, outside volunteers, and she was very clear. We talked and we emailed back and forth. They were very clear about that. There was no question. And that's why you have that here. And I had to go back and forth emails and find out, what do you mean by inside? Like, what is that? What's your definition? What is your definition of outside volunteer?
It's not who they're covering, it's what salary, what compensation they're covering is my question. So that's.
What compensation? I mean, I could ask that, but,
Yeah, 'cause
I mean, they're not
if
going to
the
change
town-
it just because you ask the question.
No, but I would like to know the answer. Do we pay for workers' comp if they're not going to pay for anything? Because these
Well, we
people are
have to have it
volunteers.
for the lease agreement anyway, so I don't know that, that's going to change much. So your question is, what compensation I mean,
Yeah, if somebody's working for free, what compensation does the workers' comp cover?
I think their job, if they have to leave their job for 6 weeks, it pays them according to their
Right.
current
And
job.
I understand that that's your understanding, and I'm just not sure that it's mine.
Okay, so,
Well, I guess I
Any other-
don't see where it matters. So what, Brian?
So before we spend town funds, I would like to know what we're spending it on.
$324
for the year.
for the year?
Yep.
That's nothing. Why are we wasting time talking about it if it's $324?
Because it's $324 of taxpayers' money. That's my only answer.
Any other comments?
I would like some clarification on this. Right now, I mean, if it's part of the lease, we might have to pretty much buy something that may not be very useful in order to get the lease agreement, and that's, I'm thinking about it as just an additional fee to that. But I would like some clarification of whether we're out, are we going to get paid
So you got,
based off of estimated payroll here of 3,600 or salaries for other jobs? That would
Okay.
be
So
important
that-
information.
that would be a good question. So if you had called them on Friday or Monday or even today, TML was happy to answer you if you had that question. Mr. Berman, do you have any input on this?
Actually, I need to see the policy, and then I would also need to speak with TML, with our claims adjuster. Because
So,
you do need clarification on that.
okay. So we send the packet out early so that council members who have questions can ask. So please do that. It's not necessarily, it's been online since 4 o'clock on Friday. So if you want to have these questions, it would really help us to not have to push things back if you would, ask these questions, and that I don't just have to spoon feed all of this. So.
Does this, if we don't have this, does it nullify the ground lease agreement or postpone it?
My understanding is it would postpone it.
Then I don't get it. Why we don't just pay the $324 so we can get on with the ground lease agreement?
Well, the TML is very economical, and really, if you look at it, we're having to get this to meet the lease agreement standards. We didn't have it before. So if it's $100 plus $324, that's still a really reasonable price for the lease.
I mean, we live in the real world. If we don't get this, we don't get the lease agreement in time for the Christmas thing. This probably doesn't, from what I'm seeing, we'll have to look into it more, probably doesn't actually give us anything more than we can do the lease agreement. So we're just paying this in order to do the Christmas celebration at the place. But we need to make sure we look at this later too, because
Well,
it's important.
This plus the next 1,200 you're going to discuss.
Well, the next 500
That's
or
true,
1,100.
yeah.
Well, okay, so it's not just for
Maybe we should
the
discuss
Christmas
that
celebration,
together.
it's also to be able to finish the septic and the handicap parking and all of that. So it's all of that. So-
Okay, here's my compromise. I have a problem spending taxpayer money on this because we don't know the ins and outs of what we're doing. I don't have a problem spending my money on it. So I would be willing to pay an equal share with any other council member who's willing to put up money.
I'll split it with you.
Okay, problem solved.
I'll donate.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Do we need a motion on that? I guess we would.
Still need to approve entering into the.
Okay. All right, so we make a motion?
Yeah, I move that Simeon and I donate money to cover the cost of the workman's compensation agreement.
Second.
Forever or?
No, until we get, for this year. For this year, until we get clarity on it.
So you're donating it to avoid gaining factual information? You're just-
No, we still need to gain the factual information. I just don't want it to slow down We're also looking at
I get it,
a
but do we have to
6-month
pay you
window.
back, or you like
No,
fronting us?
it's a donation.
No.
I'm just giving the money to the town.
Pretty much just for the Christmas festival is the way I'm thinking about it.
But we're also looking at this 6-month window of inactivity on the property that then if we violate that 6-month window, it rolls back to Poetry Plaza. I'm also trying to avoid that. So spending a little bit of money out of pocket to avoid a lot of money for the town, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Benson, seconded by... No, there are none. No citizen on this one. Did we have a second by White? By,
No, not me.
Yeah.
by White? Okay. All those in favor of allowing Councilmember Benson and White to donate to pay this coverage of workman's compensation from TML Risk Pool, all those in favor? And that passes 3-2. Okay, thank you for your generosity. It is the Christmas spirit. All right, so we're going to go on to look at the other insurance. Okay, so we have a quote from Craig and Light, and that is $500, and that covers the $2 million insurance, and it has $2 million general aggregate. It has the $1 million personal injury limit, and that's on top of course, we have the regular TML risk at $350, but this actually, they would give them an additional insured sheet, which is what is required. All right, so there we have the insurance quoted at $500, and we have the other one for $1,100 and 64, 67. I think I left that one. Any discussion on that?
Which one, are you looking at the Markel?
Yeah,
We're looking at both of those, yes, sir.
the 116467 is the Markel.
Okay, because I keep hearing 500 or something, but I don't see that.
There's also a Craig and Late, the top page says November 22nd, it's from Urban Insurance Concept. She's a broker, and she actually presented both of these.
Do you need this, Mike?
Let me see that one.
Hang on, Terry may have it. Share it.
Yeah, I've got it too. You need it.
So what is this second $500 for?
The second $500 is for the increase of the $2 million that's required for the lease agreement. Because the lease agreement, they wanted $2 million general aggregate limit plus $1 million for injury.
And our TML insurance didn't go that high?
Well, they do, but they said they wouldn't give us an additional insured. And I know this from just owning two companies is, like, I have a landlord currently, and they want additional insured, and so my insurance company provides that to them. And so this company, Craig and Lake, for $500 would do that to Longhorn for that parking lot. Now, we also, I said,
Okay, so we're talking about 116467 plus 500.
no,
No?
it's either or. It's either or.
What's
So,
it'd be the
so
500?
the broker sent two choices. She sent, or this Urban Insurance, she's a broker, she sent Craig and Lee $500, and then she also sent that Markel,
And they provide the same coverage.
and it's the same coverage as my understanding. That should be a no-brainer. But
Okay, but just as a point of clarity, a point of transparency, we have the lease for 100. So but on top of the lease for 100, now we have 500 more. And on top of that, we have the 300 plus that Simi and I are going to be paying this. So when we're talking about a $100 lease, we have to acknowledge that it's more to the town than just $100.
Yeah, more like 900.
Yeah.
31.
So,
So in the future, when we have more time, if we want to reconsider a different, this will give us some time to be able to get the septic done, hopefully, to get things done, we can get moved in. And so in the future, if we want to look at some other avenues, then we can do that.
well,
But,
I'm just,
yeah.
I'm okay with these.
Yeah.
I just want us to, again,
Yeah.
be transparent and acknowledge that
Yep,
it's.
I think that's pretty clear. Yep.
What I think too, Tara, this is, you kind of scolded me a little bit, I felt like earlier, about we get the packets ahead of time. We did not get the packet on time this time. And I think that's one of the reasons we discussed getting these way in advance, so we have business days that we could call people, so on and so forth.
So
And
I
know
sent.
you're busy, and I know we don't have a secretary, but that puts all of us, including you, kind of into this hurry, rush kind of, we're in a corner again.
So I sent them out by 6 p.m. on Thursday, and they were online by 4 p.m. Friday. That's on time, because the deadline, the hard deadline is Saturday at 6:30 p.m.
Well, I was receiving stuff on Friday and through the weekend, I mean,
Well, there were a couple things that the quotes from, for instance, the septic guys, I've been working on them for a month, and they came Sunday and Monday.
yeah,
So,
I guess
my
the point
apologies for that.
The point I'd keep making is if we don't have enough time to do, study, whatever, we should push it. I think we do, I know we try to cram things in, but again, we end up in these, you gotta do this because of that, and then you gotta do this because of that. It just
Well,
seems never
it's
ending.
online. You had all weekend to look that up, and I'm doing the best I can without a secretary, especially.
So noted.
All right. Any other discussion on this? There are no, there's no comments from the public.
So you're calling for a vote?
We need to decide on which policy
Oh,
on.
well,
you
why
wanna
wouldn't we go with the cheaper 500?
If it provides the same coverage,
I like cheaper.
yeah. I mean, less than half the cost makes sense.
Especially since it's the town's money.
So I would move that we accept the, is it Light?
Craig and Light?
Yeah.
Craig and Light? That sounds good to me.
I accept that I move that we accept the Craig and Light proposal, assuming that's how you pronounce it. But that's my movement for $500 for this coverage.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Benson, seconded by Anderson, to approve the Craig and Light proposal of $500. All those in favor? And that passes 3-2. Okay. Number 7, discuss and take action on interlocal agreement renewal with Kaufman County in the town of Poetry. So on this, I did send out, we had numerous different versions. Of course, it's online now, but so that one I did send the corrected copy, the actual one that has this town seal on it. So basically, it expires this month, so I hope that we can just, Tom and I had worked last year on it, negotiating with Kaufman County on that. And so basically, it's just a renewal. But we need to vote to either do the 1 or 2 years, kind of like we did Hunt County. So any discussion on that?
Look good to me.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So motion, we accept the interlocal agreement
hang on.
with Kaufman.
Did our council have an opinion?
You need to approve this. It's a master capital improvements project in our local agreement. All counties do this with cities. This commits the county to fix county roads within our jurisdiction, and to the extent that we are willing to participate in the payment, it contains provisions for our participation as well, but we don't have to when we don't want to. The county doesn't have to fix it if they don't want to.
These agreements do not commit the counties to do anything that we're not paying for.
They come to the table.
I read the agreement as authorizing the county can do it anyway in the absence of an agreement. But my understanding is that the county will continue to provide road maintenance and repair services for county roads.
Right.
They'll do it also within the town limits of the town of Poetry. There may be an instance where they're going to ask us to participate, to share in the costs.
Yes.
Right.
And on each of those separate project requests, we have the ability to say no. Doesn't mean that the county won't be fixing other county roads within the town or around it.
Right, okay, so, and I guess that's the point of clarity. What were county roads and partially state roads was the line of demarcation we were using to establish the town. So if it's in the town, and it was a county road, it's now a town road.
Just because it's within our town limits doesn't make it a town road. You understand that? If it's a county road, farm to market roads and county roads, farm to market, partially state, mostly county. County roads are county responsibilities. Because they run through a town, doesn't necessarily mean that the county can abdicate all responsibility for road maintenance and repair.
That's what they're doing right now.
All right, now, if they're doing that, you guys have county commissioners that are elected officials. You need to be asking them what they're doing with their money. Just because a county road happens to go through a town, and it's not an orphan road, Dallas County will require in its master capital improvements interlocal agreements with all cities that cities that participate in this, and they really have to because it literally means tens of millions of dollars in road projects. One of the requirements is that, among other things, cities must accept responsibility for orphaned county roads, county roadways that don't connect anywhere else, dead ends effectively in the county road system. I don't know that, I'm surprised to hear that Kaufman County ain't fixing roads.
Well, you may have just paid for yourself, so we're going to talk to you.
Just because it's within the city doesn't necessarily mean it's no longer a county road.
That is their stance at this point.
You guys, yeah.
The Kaufman County's stance is a little different than Hunt County's stance. We worked on those agreements, and their lawyers seem to fall on the line that if we need to ante up our portion, and then they'll do our project sheets.
Right.
But they want us to pay a little bit more than Hunt County does, so.
All right, apart from the legal issues, it's also a political issue. County commissioners are elected just like you guys are. Got to get out the vote. That's not right. I mean, I got to tell you, the county has a lot more resources and a much greater ability to fund these kinds of projects for roads within the county's roadway system. Simply passing it off on towns like the town of Poetry, that ain't right, It's great for the county, isn't it?
Well, I have to say, David, Tar and I met with the county people and the legal people, both in Hunt and Kaufman, and our former law firm had a person on the phone during those discussions, and we never heard that from our law firm. We agreed to this agreement, and the law firm agreed to it, and basically, Hunt County, we just pay for fuel and materials, where in Kaufman County, we pay for fuel materials plus a portion of their labor and equipment rentals. Wow. So, and their lawyers insisted on that. There's Kaufman County, and our lawyer agreed to it.
Yeah.
Your lawyer can't agree to it. You agree to it. Your lawyer may recommend that you agree to it, and you can take that advice for what it's worth, but you're the ones who actually agree to it. I'm surprised. These are county roads in the county road system.
Well, I know
there's a political remedy, not necessarily always a legal one, but a political one. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
The commissioner that I've been working with for Kaufman, he was actually told and under the impression that it would be illegal for him to service our roads without authorization.
Really? Who's he getting that advice from?
From their lawyers.
I'm surprised to hear that. Wow.
Yeah.
Those are county roads in the county road system. They built them, they accepted them when they were constructed, they operate them, they maintain and repair them. Just because they happen to run through a city doesn't mean that it's now your responsibility. I mean, if I-30 ran through town, you think the feds would come to us and say, you guys got to fix I-30 because it runs through your town? Absolutely not.
Well,
What you'll find when you leave this town is this precinct's money has paved roads outside of this town.
Yes.
That's where you see this precinct's money going to.
Saving money.
Roads that used to be rock are fully paved now.
Wow.
So we'll follow up with you on this one. I'm sure we'll have many discussions on this. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
It's bad news, isn't it?
Okay, point of order, we have a motion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
I'll second it.
Do we want to, with that information, do you want to revisit that?
No, that's definitely a good conversation. I'm just thinking we don't want to show them this first 11 o'clock meeting, so.
So,
But he's saying let's pass it.
Well, actually, Mr. Berman, they did refer to a portion of the, I can't remember what it's called, the Texas Road Code or something like that.
Uniform Traffic Control Manual?
Well, no, it's Texas Road Code, and I do have the point that they
Central
pointed
Texas
to.
Standard Specifications for Construction Projects?
No, it's another one, but,
Tech stuff? Tech standard specs? There's not much else out there.
well, it's the Texas Code of Transportation, and there's a certain section in it that both Kaufman and Hunt pointed to. Kaufman interpreted it differently than Hunt, and our lawyers agreed with with Kaufman.
There is a provision
Now-
in the Transportation Code that does say that cities have exclusive authority over public roads within the city's limits.
Right.
Doesn't mean that we have responsibility to fix county roads that run through our town. It's not a legal question that you guys are talking about here. You understand this? It's not a legal question. You can agree, Kaufman County can tell you whatever they want. They can propose any kind of agreement that they want, and they can give it to you on a take it or leave it basis. The question you got to ask yourselves is, do you take it or do you leave it? What happens if you leave it? If it's already been negotiated with my predecessors, then you're kind of stuck with that at this point. You give me a really rough day on my first day on
Well,
the job.
here's the
here.
point. At that time,
They don't
we
get
needed-
easier.
we had a lot of potholes that needed filling.
No, I know that.
We
I
had
drove
no-
in here tonight. Yeah, I know.
We had no
I
money.
got that.
And
all right.
so we needed some way to fill potholes that to do it in a certain way, not to pave roads.
I'm a bit reluctant to suggest that you guys begin doing your own maintenance and repair work on roads within the county network.
Well, once we get the sales and use tax, we will have money to consider that,
Just
but
because you got
last
money
year we
doesn't mean that's
didn't.
what you need to spend it on, but
well, our volunteer crew already filled like 7,000 or 8,000 holes the
yeah, I was
first
gonna say, you
year.
got a pothole brigade. That's what a lot of small towns do.
They
You
do
get a
what?
pickup truck and you get some
Yeah.
buckets and shovels.
Yeah,
and-
we did have a
bunch of
brigade.
volunteers and-
We had a bunch of volunteers,
I
that's
love
right.
that stuff. It's
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually have had feedback that they did a better job than the county, so.
Why am I not surprised? All right, so, again, your solution, I mean, I don't know whether or not you guys want to agree to that or not. I mean, I can't give you an opinion in that regard. I can tell you, though, that your solution, even if you do agree to it, your real solutions are political ones. All right, county
Vote 'em out.
commissioner courts are strange.
Well, I
but-
will tell you this, that Aaron Conway, the supervisor, voted for the agreement that was more like Hunt counties, and Terry Barber voted, he changed it up and made it more stringent.
He's the county commissioner.
So be aware, Terry Barber was the one that changed that up.
They're elected. They are
They are
elected.
elected.
Right?
Well,
Yes.
Barber's elected, not Aaron Conway.
No, Aaron is
He's an
hired.
employee.
But just be aware that that was on him
Right, so
directly.
the motion is that we approve it, Mike?
And you know what? I agree with that because, I mean, we can agree to this and that doesn't mean we have to fix any of the roads. I mean, the county could come in and fix any of them as well.
Well, I
So-
guess it's whether it relieves them of the obligation because we allowed them to be relieved, not because they are by law or anything. So I guess I heard you say, Dave, in the beginning, every town does this, sign it, move on. But then I heard you say just now, I thought that maybe the wording in here may be hamstringing us from going back to what you described, which is they need to keep taking care of county roads even if they go through a city.
Unless it's orphaned.
They need to politically, not legally.
Okay.
That makes sense? I breezed through that agreement when I perused your agenda earlier today in between hearings, and so I can't give you the graphic details about the ins and outs of that particular agreement, but it is a Master Capital Improvements Projects interlocal agreement that does impose responsibilities. You guys should be familiar with what it obligates you guys to do, and if your prior attorneys have already given you advice on it and negotiated it, I think you're at the end of the game at this point.
Except for a
doesn't-
political solution.
So
It doesn't mean you
political-
can't go back to your county commissioners, your county reps, and complain about it or get the vote out next time
Yeah,
they come up for
maybe we need to do
re-election.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion.
In a second.
So who made the motion?
I thought Jeff made the motion.
Okay, who seconded?
Second.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Oh, okay. We have a motion by Anderson, seconded by Councilmember Jaffe, to go ahead and accept the renewal on this agreement as written. Do you want to give like we did for Hunt County, the 1 or 2 year Or did you want to just go with one?
Yeah, let's just
One.
go with one.
Okay, all right, so.
I agree based on what we just
Yeah,
heard.
okay. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay. All right, number 8, discuss and take action on comparing septic engineering installations, locations, and cost involved. So we've been dealing with septic since September, and we had Mr. Adams, who is a well-esteemed, very experienced septic engineer. He gave us the initial engineer proposal, and we did discuss the picture on it was a little deceiving, I have to admit, that it looked as if the spray was going out into the Dry Creek area, but it actually wasn't. He did give us, because of last meeting and we had some discussion, so Councilmember Anderson and I went ahead and had him come out for the low-pressure dosing system that was suggested. He said that about half of installers like them and half of them don't like them. But he went ahead and gave us that. One option is aligns with the left side of the building. The other option gets the pipes out of a potential area that we might potentially need for parking. But it would require more dirt. So then he provided a second aerobic system option, which allows a fan instead of just a circle. It allows a fan. So he moved it closer to the building, and then he moved the septic to the side. So it allows for the 34 feet to be closer to the building, and then the spray would come well before that tree, and the Dry Creek is past the tree area. So most of the spray is on the hill there, and so that does provide. I know there were some concerns about the spray, which would be very minimal since it's basically one mayor and one secretary most of the time, and then if we have a meeting there, it would be up to 41 inhabitants once a month. So so when I did talk with Mr. Vickers, Jody Vickers, and he says he doesn't do the low pressure dosing. He doesn't like them. He said that if you run over a spray head, it's $125 to repair. If you have damage to the low pressure dosing area, it's thousands to repair. So he just wasn't a fan of those. We did get a subsequent quote from CBD, who gave us the original quote of $6,400 using the old septic parts. The low-pressure dosing system was $11,300. Now, with the low-pressure dosing, you do avoid the annual fee of inspection fee, and so for some, that's an advantage. Mr. Vickers, of course, said that he was willing to, in his contract, he generally gives 2 years free of all that. And then furthermore, he said that he would write off the inspection fee to the town, less the lab test for the BOD, which is a biological oxygen demand. BOD is, and what's happened in Forney and why Kaufman County has started demanding this is what's happened. There's some buildings in Forney that have been that when they first did occupancy, they had 4 people, and then years later they have 30 people. So they do this, they require this for all the county, and the lab fee used to be like $45 a year, and now it's like $75 a year. So it would be $75 a year. And then he said that he would complimentary he does both installation, Mr. Vickers, he does the installation and the inspection maintenance on the aerobic systems. Any other discussion?
The red flag that's out there beside the building now, is that referencing anything with the septic that's to the west of the building?
Yes, so when the septic engineer, Mr. Adams, was out, we put flags out for both systems. So there's in the south end, the red flags on the south end designate where the 70 feet could start on option 2 on the low-pressure dosing system. And then the flags on the north end designate the option 1. So we were kind of trying to give several options since we seem to have a lot of question on this.
Well, one flag that's out there right now that's west of the building is sitting in about 6 inches of water today.
So that, right, so and what I mentioned was in order to, that flag on the, you said the west side? West side.
That
So
would
there's
be, that would be in one of your semicircles. It looks approximately like where borehole 2 was tested, is going to be about where that flag location is.
So what he said, of course, he's a septic engineer, he did check the floodplain, it is not in the 100-year floodplain. He did say that when you put your septic in, there is some dirt in the front of it's front, near the front door that would have to be filled in. In the water flow, I did check it both this weekend and today, actually. The water flow does start from the north and come around. Now, we would have to fill in, again, that part that's closest to the building, but around, and it does go around that big tree, and then to the front. As you know, it is very, there's a lot of water out front.
So regardless if it's low pressure dosage or aerobic, dirt has to be added to the west side of that pad?
Well, on the low-pressure dosing, the one option where he moved it to the south side, we would have to put in about at least seven loads of dirt to make it happen. So that may not be the best option, it's just we were trying to give the council different options.
7 loads or 7 yards? 7 loads of how many yards?
He had this built out a little bit. So
Go ahead and come out. Was there and an expert on this.
When he was looking at the low pressure system, the existing sand that we built up in there from the, I guess, kind of the northeast to the southern part of that buildup that we did with sand needed to be expanded out. I think it was 8 or 10 feet. It's relatively, on the upper end, it's relatively low. It's only a few inches. Closer to the 323, it's deeper of a couple of, getting close to a couple of feet in there. It looked like maybe 6 or 7 loads based on, and I was just kind of guessing that based on the amount of dirt that we got when we were building the entire pad from the beginning, that the extra dirt would be maybe 6 or 7 of the 20-yard Mike Danley loads to really build out that area if we wanted to go with low pressure. The good news on that, though, was it is sand and the low pressure system would work. It'd be more optimal draining into a sandy soil instead of the clay soil that's on the property now. So that is definitely an option that would. I understand that Vickers, I guess, doesn't do the low pressure systems. Maybe there's someone else that does, but yeah, it would take 6 or 7 loads of dirt to build out that pad a little bit further, so it would accommodate the space requirements that the engineer said that we needed for the low dosage system.
So you was over there when they came out and looked at
Yes.
Look at this flag for me. So there's the building. I'm gonna zoom in. See that red flag right there? It's hard to make out on the phone right there in the center.
Yeah, I think that flag was from the first system.
Well, that's what I'm asking because
That flag was the first system when they were out there.
Doing the semicircle?
No, it was the 360 one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that has how big is that spray pattern? 50 foot?
No, it's 34 foot, 30 foot for spray front. Now, one thing that I didn't say that I could say, so Mr. Vickers did go ahead and give a quote proposal for the aerobic system and of $8,500, but then he said he would discount it by $4,000. So he's willing to donate $4,000 worth to the town. And so he wants our business. He also said that does include a 3-year warranty and a 2-year maintenance contract free of charge.
Okay, I don't want to get away from this water conversation. Seems like you're trying to drive it that direction. I want to make sure that the water we throw on top of the ground is not going to be in what you're calling a dry creek that seems to flood every time there's rain. Is there an option to move these sprinkler heads to the north to avoid the spray into that 6 inches of running water?
The north end actually is where the flow of water is the greatest. I just checked it today.
Say
So
that
we have a
again.
septic engineer who has given his diagram of where he thinks it would be best. He is the expert. And so he said there is no problem with it being the 34-foot in the fan spray. He said if you're concerned at all, it does not hit the dry, that is well before. The tree is about 40 feet out
I
from
see
the
that,
building.
but I'm looking at water that was, this picture was taken today. I don't know if you went by there today.
I did, actually.
Okay, so I'm looking at 6 inches of water standing on that red flag. My
But the
simple
red flag
question is-
isn't necessarily
My
the,
simple question is, if you move this north, there's a lot of green ryegrass that y'all voluntarily sowed into the ground. I appreciate it, but can we not move this system to the north to
okay,
avoid?
can I see your picture?
But if you move the spray heads to the north, then they're going to be in closer proximity to where the water's going to run.
Well, I'm looking at this picture, and that's why I went by there today.
Well, can I see your picture? So I know what you're talking, and I can talk more intelligently.
Because the water basically enters the property at that northernmost point, flows down almost to the.
Well, when I say north, let's
So
orient
you're-
it. I'm asking to move it northeast, if you,
Okay.
But that's right in the flow.
15 degrees.
Okay, so the water comes in here, flows over here, then comes back around.
Looking at that picture I took today, it didn't look like.
I don't
after they did all
see
that
your
pond work
flag.
over here, there was no water running up here.
I don't see your flag. Where are you talking
Zoom
about?
in.
Where's the flag?
This was a concern of the citizens that the septic would spray into that dry creek that frequently runs. I just want to make sure that we're avoiding that.
The septic engineer has said there is no problem. There wasn't a problem on the first plan, even though I do admit the diagram wasn't necessarily to scale, and it did look like it might. But that flag is from the alternate plan. It's not from the fan.
Which alternate plan?
The one from the low-pressure dosing. That flag is the one that brought it south for the low-pressure dosing, where Kevin was saying that you needed the extra dirt. So it's like 10 feet south. That has nothing to do with the one that is fan is actually only, is it like a few feet from the building? It's like 5 feet from the building, and then you go 34 more feet. We actually have on the top surface, so actually, it would actually be several feet before even the tree.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
Terry,
that
one
one.
other thing was,
is for this one, Terry.
the
I
engineers,
don't agree.
the engineer said that the installer has the option of, it's not set in stone, he can move those
Okay.
a little bit. So if you needed to go a little bit to the northeast, he said that the installer has the ability, you could talk to the installer and move it a little bit if you needed to.
Okay. Thank you.
So Councilmember White is asking questions. So the fan is 34 feet. So the tree is out 40 feet. It is, I will say the diagram is not necessarily to scale on that one. So, but it's 34 feet. I measured it from the building. You would have, from the back side of the building, you would have 39 feet. So, and the tree is at 40 to 42 feet. And the Dry Creek area is beyond the tree. And again, this is a septic engineer who has decades of experience. I'm not going to even pretend that I have more than his experience, so.
So, Tara, just to be clear,
Yeah.
is Vickers going by this one or the single?
He said he would do either.
Oh, okay.
So there's, for those of you who don't have it, there is a diagram that he gave an alternate plan. There's one that has a spray head that's a circular, and it would go out further. Then there's one that has two spray heads that just is closer to the building, and it would just fan, and it would be up on the higher ground to appease those who have concerns.
And so that's, Vickers is willing to do that?
Yes.
For the cost that he's doing?
Yes. I sent him that one, and that's what he made this proposal. I sent him the last one.
Okay, thanks.
So we have some citizens. Chad McFarland.
Budget out.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. I do want to say one thing about Jody Vickers. He is a third-generation septic guy. His family's been servicing septic needs in the Poetry area, like I said, for generations. And it sounds like you've got a quote from him for $4,500, so that seems to be a no-brainer. That'll leave you, I believe, $10,500 left from the Capitol building site fund on the 2022.
You know, I failed to mention something, Chad. So we do have Mr. Patterson's generous pledge of $2,000 toward the septic, and then myself and my husband also pledged $2,000 for the septic. So it would bring it down to $500.
That sounds like a no-brainer. So, sounds like one of the few things that's coming in under budget.
Chad West?
I think he left.
Oh, wait, no, here's.
Is there a definition, I'm sorry, Chad West 19370 FM 986. When they talk about existing water wells, what is the definition of nearby area?
We're having trouble hearing you.
When it talks about the report of existing water wells in nearby area, what's the definition of nearby area?
When I had a water well dug on my property, they said 100 feet.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Shelley Smith?
Okay, so does the septic engineer indicate that this is the only possible spot for the septic tank and the leaching fields and all that kind of stuff
He gave 4 renditions.
in different locations?
The tank for the aerobic was in 2 different locations, one behind the building, 5 feet, and then on the side of the building. The side of the building one was to accommodate the 2 fan sprays that would allow most of the spray to be up on the hill.
Okay, so I have an idea, something I'd like to throw out to the council. First of all, where's the fire? Why are we always in a hurry? This whole storage unit has been nothing but a fire drill. I suggest that you take a breath, form a committee to look at the site, come up with maybe a 5 or 6 year plan, something so that we could potentially either add on to the building, add other buildings, add parking lots, that kind of thing. But sit down with a committee that really has time to sit down and look at it and think about it and present ideas. And the septic may be in exactly the right spot where Mr. Vickers says, or the engineer guy says. But what if it was moved 15 feet to one side? And that opened up the possibility for other things. Like, let's say, for instance, if you had room for some kind of just an auditorium sort of building where we could actually have town hall meetings comfortably there. And you had this building that then you could lease out for potential events, fundraisers. You can rent it. That would be it's a source of town income. But you have to plan these things out. You don't just jump in and say, we need a septic, here's the septic. Think about it, really, really think about it. I'm just so tired of the race. And I know that if we raised our hands right now, I bet you anything, Catherine and Dale and I would dearly love to get together, come up with an idea. Whether we save a tree or maybe we have ideas of where we should plant new trees, or, but let's do phases. Let's think about this. So anyhow, there is my thought. Y'all really seriously give this some thought, because I mean, if it's as simple as moving something just a few feet to create more space, if only the mayor and a secretary is going to be using this building for a while, we're not in a hurry. We are not in a hurry. Finish the outside of the building, have your carpenters come in and seal it up so it's weatherproof. But in the meantime, it can sit, it can wait, we can think. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. There is the caveat of the 6 month. Also, we've been dealing with septic since September. This has not been a race. We've been dealing with septic, and he's given us 4 options. There is very little option actually because of the water flow. And so the presentation of trying to put the septic in the north is just not a good option. The septic engineer is well versed in all this. He's given us 4 options. We have on the table something that would cost us $500. It's a septic tank. All right, we have actually thought long and hard. I've spent hours over there with Councilmember Anderson and with others discussing future plans. And next you'll see we have 2 quotes on the handicap issue. And we have talked about future plans. But I don't think the town can lease out a building. It has to be exclusive use, I believe. I don't think it can be rented out, and I remember reading that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Berman. But I've read that it has to be, if you have a municipal building, I believe it has to be exclusive use.
I can see the town hall being exclusive use, but couldn't we build it as like a community center that then we could rent out a portion of it?
Potentially.
Potential, okay.
And there is room, but we would have to need a lot of dirt work. It would take a lot of, and then it could be a decade or 2 away. We don't know. But a septic tank is basic to, I'm crammed, and so is the future secretary. We're running out of room rapidly. All this equipment that we purchased, thankfully, we're running out of room. And we need to get into the building. It's been there since August. So getting a septic tank now here, we've spent a lot of time talking on a septic tank. Plenty of time. Okay, so we have on the table a really fabulous offers from a 3rd generation septic tank installer. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept Vickers' proposal with the one that has the septic tank on the side and the 2 sprinkler heads adjacent to the back of the building, spraying on the sand.
Is there a second?
Just to be sure, that's the one that's included in the.
And it is not to scale, but it is 34 feet out, and it is closer to the building.
Yes.
And you'll see all the stats on it.
So that's on page 3 of James Adams RS's document.
Of 12/8/22.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept Mr. Vickers' proposal. And with the plan, the last plan presented by Mr. Adams of the 2 spray heads and a fan closer to the building with the aerobic system on the north end, just right next to the building. So all those in favor? And that passes 3 and 2. Okay. Number 9, discuss and take action on handicapped ramp and/or handicap parking spot at the town hall site. So I did spend quite a bit of time with Mr. I did ask 2 companies to come out. HR Dirt Work came and gave a bid for a concrete ramp. It was the initial guy who wanted to do the wood ramp was mistaken. It does have to go into a concrete or asphalt surface. And so then I had Mr. HR Dirt Work come out and give us a quote on that. For that, both the handicap ramp and a handicap parking, because you do have to have your ramp come out into an area into an area that has concrete or asphalt. And so had his quote came back at it looks like 17,
That's 13.6, isn't it?
okay, so
Discounted 5,000.
the total, I guess, for both was $22,578. And the copy I have is pretty poor. But it looks like, yeah. And then I had a second company come out, LBJ Diversified, which Leland Barnett from our area, and he gave a proposal, and he does this all day long apparently. He's very familiar with handicap ramps, the rules and regulations. He does this in Dallas. And he came out and he gave a quote originally of $13,600, but then additionally, he said that he would subtract $5,000 from that in donation to the town. So a total of $8,600, and that includes both the concrete ramp and the concrete like the parking. So the parking is, he has a scope of work, he has ADA ramp of 266 square feet with sidewalk of 112 square feet and parking area of 560 square feet. He says we will set up in place and finish a new concrete ADA ramp. We will place a connecting sidewalk from the bottom of the ADA ramp to a new concrete parking area. We will import and place fill dirt in the ramp to obtain desired elevation of the ADA ramp and sidewalk. So what he was saying, you basically have to get your septic in first. Then you have to elevate the parking so you know, until you elevate your parking, you don't know exactly how long that will be, because if you elevate it even 4 inches, that's 4 feet less that ramp has to be. So it has to be done all in conjunction. So I do appreciate his expertise, because I read the 30 pages of document on it, trying to study it, and you just really have to be in it and know it is complex. So I'm glad to have his expertise, and he is very well versed in all of this. So we have a diagram, and we were trying to come up with the most pleasing aesthetically. Handicap ramps aren't the most aesthetically pleasing anyway in my book. But we were trying to come up, so the way that this design is, you have a ramp that allows for the 3-foot door, and you have a staging area, and then it meets the requirement, and then you would have it come down, and then you have another platform that meets the requirement, and then you come down, and then you come all the way, and so then it would allow it to be more compacted. So it wouldn't just be this 30-foot monstrosity. So then you come out, and then you would come to the concrete parking. And we were required by federal code to have at least one for our occupancy.
And how many cars does it
This
allow?
would allow, 'cause for handicap, and as you do a van accessible, it requires a lot more. But it could do one. It could do up to 3.
3 cars, okay.
So when we discussed this last time, I was referencing the ADA, and I'm glad it's on here, but something both these quotes are still missing, handrails.
Right, it doesn't include the handrail, and so that would be something that we would have to work on additionally.
And typically, that's either going to be bored out, and I doubt they're going to do these precasts, so that needs to be discussed in these projects, if he's going to do a leave-out hole or what, but that needs to be included in this discussion. We definitely could specify that. It says we will, let's see. We will place a 5-inch concrete in the parking area. We will have broom finish on all concrete surfaces. We will place a rubber finish on the side walls of the ADA ramp. But you're right, he did say in his email that it does not include the railing.
And that could be a significant amount. And, if Leland's watching or listening to this, I really appreciate the quote. I mean, $5,000 is nothing to sneeze at, but still, $8,600 is a lot. We spent a lot of money tonight already. What's the urgency of this? Do we have to get this done now? Because I still haven't had closure with Encore reimbursements.
Encore.
And I would like absolute closure with that before I go spending too much money, especially given what we've already done tonight. So what is
Encore said they won't do reimbursements. They don't do it. They won't do it.
Do we have anything written by them that affirms
They,
that?
they do their system entirely differently, so
But do we have anything in writing? I mean,
I have
word of mouth is
emails.
nice.
I have
but-
emails. I have emails.
Okay, well, it would be nice to have some closure on that. 'Cause that's a lot of money floating out there potentially.
So the utility commission defines point of service at the house. Encore's not above the utility commission. How can they take the stance that they don't have to pay?
They do buckets. A bucket system is the only way I know how to describe it. So if, of course, this is really off topic, but
We'll put it on the next agenda.
okay. Yep. Remind me. Okay. So his proposal is very generous. It does discount it by $5,000. We have to, in order to move in, we have to have the ADA ramp. We, as a municipality, we don't skirt that in any way. So, all right, so Chad McFarland. Thank you. If you're going to speak, please be on deck. Please, that saves
Chad
time.
McFarland, 19850 FM 986. And yeah, I think we need to figure out what the total cost of this is. We've had too many projects where costs have ballooned, and we don't have an unlimited amount of money. We've only got 15,000 budgeted for capital expenses, and this takes up even the 8,300 plus the 500 for the septic. You know, that takes up over half of it, and we're not even getting started. You're just barely getting started. So just, you know, like you said, let's slow it down. Let's figure out the total cost, because you guys are spending money like crazy.
So we do have our total budget. Actually, I was looking at the updated list. We've actually accomplished quite a bit, so there aren't too many. We have a closet to put in to cover the roof, and I'm trying to get bids on that. But other than that, to move in the handicap ramp, and then we don't have to necessarily have gravel in our parking. We don't have to have that. I park in there all the time. There is some gravel there. I park there, and I get, you know, when it rains, I get my muck boots on. So we don't I mean, out here, I park on grass a lot of times, so we don't have to have that. But what we do have to have is the septic and the handicap in order to move in. And we moved in August, and our clock is ticking. All right, so Dale Bryant.
Dale Bryant, 11139 County Road 2464. And I do know a little bit about this. Of course, your drawing is wrong. There's another, if you look
That's
at the drawing
Leland's
for the
drawing.
septic, it's more correct than the drawing for the handicap ramp. But if you notice your door, the back door on the building opens out. So that's a 36-inch door. When you swing that door 36 inches, you still have to have 4 feet for the wheelchair. So the ramp is wrong. It's in the wrong place. 2, it'll never pass. You'll never get ADA without the rails. And I agree with you, Terry. You're going to have to core those or something, put sleeves in there or something for those rails. The drawing has never been inspected by an ADA inspector. And so my question to City Council and the Mayor, if this gets built wrong, who do we hold accountable? The contractor or the City Council and the Mayor? A couple $100, you can get an ADA inspector out there, get drawings done, get elevations. You've got, this is 30 feet, roughly 30 inches above grade, okay? Put a wheelchair on top of that table and roll around on it without rails. That's what you're talking about. Who wants to get on a wheelchair on that table? You can't do it, people. The doors, I don't know if y'all know this, the doors open out. Those are residential doors on the building. Why do they open out? Because they have to open out because it's a commercial building. How do you make a residential door work in a commercial setting? You take it and you turn it around and install it. You can walk up to those doors with a 16-penny nail and a hammer and knock the hinges out and walk in the building.
That's not true. We actually put
Well,
in
then,
special hinges.
Okay.
You can't do that.
Okay, but you can't do that. You don't have the pad or the entry for the front door. You don't have closers on the door. You don't have panic hardware for the back door, whatever back door that's going to be. You don't have $12,000 to $15,000 for an ADA bathroom.
Actually, we have plenty of space. I checked it out. We do, sir.
You do not have room for an ADA bathroom.
Okay,
It has to
so-
be 7 foot, 1 inch, paint to paint. You don't have that in that bathroom. And you have to have 18 inches on both sides of the toilet. You have to have a 42-inch grab bar on one side, a 36-inch on the other side. Plus, you have to have soap dishes, their soap dispensers, and the towels, and all of that's got to be fitted in. And you can't do that in the back.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry,
actually
like
a
everyone
railing-
else, take a deep breath.
Okay.
We're just getting hit for one extra surprise after another. We need to put a budget together. You have a city group of citizens that are willing to volunteer their time to do that for you.
Mr. Bryant, how much have you volunteered for the town?
How much have I?
On the town hall?
How much have I?
Yes, sir, on the town hall.
I'm on the P&Z committee. We meet
Okay.
every week for
Okay.
hours.
Okay, so the town hall, we've had over
And
100
plus
volun. Okay, we do appreciate your service on that. But on the town hall, we have had 100 volunteers, and they have donated their time I've done plenty of building projects myself, where we have to have railings up.
Flush the money down that brand new toilet you bought.
So Mr. Leland does this in the city of Dallas and passes inspections. So you just, okay, so he may not be, sir, so Mr. Leland is qualified, and so I know that you don't like it. I asked him specifically if our door would work in this, and he said yes, it would. He spent a lot of time measuring. Okay, your time is up, Mr. Bryant. All right. Chad West. Tracy Hibbs.
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road 2432. Are any of you familiar with the TML procurement laws?
The TML procurement laws?
Yes.
Texas Municipal League?
Pardon me?
Texas Municipal League?
Yeah, procurement laws.
Does TML pass laws?
TML has procurement laws.
Under what authority?
Under the state of
I'm
Texas.
sorry, I'm not supposed to engage.
Okay. So, get to your point, please.
So my point is, so my best estimate right now is we spent over $10,000 on town hall. We have another $13,600 on the ramp, possibly more. Has anybody looked at the central master bidders list for the state of Texas?
We don't have to do that.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. If it's
Okay.
under 50,000, we don't have to do that.
Okay. So could you explain to her that any recurring expenditures on one particular item for a period of time has to have bids, sealed bids?
We've been through this with our previous attorney, actually, so you can.
You guys are working me to death. It's my first
I know.
It doesn't get easier. Thanks for accepting.
Yeah, I got to reconsider, right? Yeah. The
Yeah.
TML procurement law that she's referring to is a procurement manual published by TML that can be used for guidance. It's not the law, it simply encapsulates the law. When you're talking about doing public works projects or facilities projects, the limit is $50,000. If you're spending more than $50,000 on any specific project, you got to competitively bid it unless you can fit within one of the number of exceptions that exist to competitive bidding. All right? You also have the option, and a lot of cities will do this, rather than competitively bidding it yourself, to engage in interlocal agreements with other nearby, it doesn't have to be nearby, other cities that have done competitive bidding and go under their contracts, or you can use some, a cooperative purchasing organization, Buy Board, HGAC, a whole bunch of different, but if you were considering doing that, I would not recommend using a purchasing co-op for a facilities project. They end up being really bad contractors and really, really expensive. If it's less than 50 grand, you don't have to competitively bid it. You can if you want to, but you don't have to.
So the entire project.
I know. You got to be careful in defining what the project is.
Well, and that's what we haven't done, to her point.
If you're
We're
doing,
saying remodel of town hall,
right,
it's all inclusive, right?
it may or may not be. It may or may, it's a tough question to ask. Really, it is. And without knowing more about it, I can't tell you for sure. But the statute does say that you can't engage in what's called sequential or component purchasing. What that means basically is that in the normal sequence of a project, of the acquisition of something, if it's typical to do it all in one shot, and if we've always or already done it that way, then we can. But I'm going to tell you, there are a number of cities that will do, it's not sequential or it's not illegal component purchasing. You can do different parts of the project separately. All right, if you're doing one big overall, let's construct City Hall, or let's do a whole bunch of improvements to City Hall all at once, and it's going to cost more than 50 grand, then you got to talk about doing competitive bidding or some of the alternatives to competitive bidding. But if you're doing it in, it seems to me so far, without knowing more, I'm not sure, but it seems to me so far that you guys are doing a couple of piecemeal things. I don't have a problem with that. It's not illegal. That makes sense?
And we've had a lot of generous folks helping out, and we're
I know, that's what I'm
appreciative.
understanding, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Shelley Smith, I guess she's not on deck, so, all right. So we do have, I think I did hear someone say it was $13,600. Actually, his offer is $8,600 with his discount. So it's only $8,600 for a 3-spot parking for handicap and the handicap ramp, and that's concrete. So we do have, and he has, like I said, he does this in Dallas. He passes inspection, and he's done this for a number of years.
I would still like to see, if it's just a couple $100 for an ADA study, I would still like to see that done, just to make sure we're keeping out of trouble.
So I know I have called the number given to me by Mr. Bryant, and I haven't been able to get through to Miss Beth. I've called it numerous times. Yeah, I have called it numerous times, and I haven't been
he'd
in.
call for you.
Okay. Yeah, send her to me. I know we do have the inspector that Councilmember Anderson paid for the town hall, and he said that after this that he would also pay for that. So thank you, Mr. Anderson.
I mean, we've got the handrail, so we're going to have to pay for two. I mean, this is just not a complete, we don't know how much the project's going to cost yet.
So should we table this pending inspection report, ADA inspection report?
We could, I think, I mean, it's up to the will of the council. I think the inspector who inspected the building before, did he go through ADA stuff? Tom, do you know?
Yeah, I did tell him. No, I don't remember if he gave us any specific, I'd have to look at his report, see how he did it. But yes, we were real specific. It had to be, because we did have that ramp, that it met ADA requirements. Now, one thing I think Terry pointed out is, yeah, if we're pouring a concrete, it makes sense to put some sleeves in for the pipe while we're pouring it. But other than that, I can go back and look at the report that we did a year ago for the other, when the building was at the other site, and see if he addressed or how he addressed ADA. But I just don't remember.
Is there someone on this council that wants to take that on?
I could call him and ask him about that, but I don't know that he would be considered an ADA inspector. I'd have to ask him.
Okay.
Is there a specific license for ADA inspection? And we need to make sure that
Okay, so I guess we can postpone this issue until we can get more information on railing and an inspector.
Well, I think, Tara, we take Dale up on his offer to pursue that for us, and then he can send it back through one of the council members, I mean, whoever wants to.
And we could have multiple people and, post the information we find on the forum, get some multiple perspectives.
Yeah, I think the two questions are the dimensions and layout of the thing, the risers and all of that, or the flat pieces, but also the bathroom. Because those are all integral. Part of the reason we're doing this is so people can get in and use things. Right. So we would want to answer all of those questions in one pass.
Okay, so we can do that. I don't think we even have to have a motion necessarily for that, but we can come back next time and have that available.
What,
Well, no, wait, we do need to approve the money, right? Because if the work is to be performed and we want it performed between now and the next meeting, we would need to approve some level of expenditure to cover the cost.
we're talking about the person that Dale is
The
referring
ADA,
to?
somebody to put an ADA stamp on this drawing or whatever modified drawing we would get. Well, or whatever, yeah, figuratively.
So do you know what a normal ADA inspection runs?
Do you,
Well, we can't vote on the form.
would
We'll
you
talk on
expect
it.
that it would cost more
Right.
than 500?
Yeah,
Because
what
that's
if we-
inside your signing authority.
Yeah, why don't we approve
Yeah, if it's
up to-
500, then we can already sign on that.
So let's, oh, okay.
If it's over 500, then we'll have to come back and vote on it.
But it has to be scale. We have to have the building all drawn to scale and all.
So Dale, who are you providing the phone number and contact to?
Well, he's going to actually talk to them.
And she's out of Boston?
No, she's out of, I think, New Moses, but she's fairly well known for ADA all over the country.
I guess I just went to her spam mail or something. I did try several times. Okay, so hopefully if it's under 500, then we can do that. Well, Tom and I can get that going if we need to for next time. Because I don't know her schedule, we don't really know.
Well, Tara, also the inspector that did it last year, I'll call him and ask him
Okay,
if he has that certification, if not, if he knows somebody.
okay,
Just as an alternative.
okay.
Because I'm just saying, you have to have it certified before you build it, and then
Yeah, it's easier once concrete's
after
hardened.
you build it, and fills it out and reports it to the state.
Yeah, but we'd like to know that before what we need to do. So, anyway, that's a good point. Thanks.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to number 10. Discuss and take action to open a 2-month window for citizens to voluntarily annex into the town prior to hiring a mapping service. When we incorporated and then when we were sworn in, we had people that were asking about this. And so to fulfill, I said, yes, we can do that. To fulfill that promise, that's why this is on here. So there are people who want to be able to vote and currently cannot. There are people who, would maybe run for office that currently could not. So and with the unique nature of our design, there are people who have voiced a concern. Maybe they're on the edge. Now, they have to be contiguous, and it has to be in our, it can't be in another ETJ, but it has to be contiguous to our current land.
Define, what's contiguous? Let's take my property, for instance, 511 feet road frontage. The people behind me, are they contiguous?
I think we'd have to take each case by case, each house case by case, and I did talk with Lakeland Village about, they said they normally just take the meets and bounds, but yeah, we would have to take it case by case. And I don't know that we're going to have,
So walking through this, I think this is going to cost us some legal time because Who's going to decide that? Because right now, he said that we may have to provide city services to individuals, but they don't get a vote, and that's been a big argument up here already. And now we're talking about who's contiguous to my property that could possibly annex. Well, nobody, because I own the property behind 511 feet, and everybody in this room owns the property behind 311 feet. So now you're talking about lateral annexation. Well, those are already in the town limits.
Well, there are pockets where there are people in the, it may not work on your street, but there are other areas where it does,
Well,
so.
we're going to need to define that before we open that Pandora's box.
Well, I don't think they're going to be knocking down the door necessarily.
Oh, I agree.
I think that it will be a limited number, and so we would take it case by case. But I think we need to honor all of our people in the area, and for those who have asked, and we can say, look, it either works or it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, and then, it's a case by case.
I just think we need some kind of guidelines or some kind of statement, and I think it needs legal review of what that even is. I mean, right now, we're asking everybody to play a game that we don't have the rules.
Well,
Even
there are a
further
few
yet.
guidelines. So the property must be in the ETJ, the extraterritorial jurisdiction, within a half a mile of our town limits, and not in the ETJ of another city. It must be 1,000 feet in width and must be contiguous to our existing town limits. If there are county roads that separate the properties from the town limits, we'll need the county's consent. And we'll have to have proper written agreements.
What is that email from?
This is actually from an attorney who was not our attorney at the time.
No, it was for me. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I couldn't have said it better myself.
In that email, it says 1,000 feet in width. I'm geometrically challenged.
It's a really confusing concept. I'm not exactly sure what the legislature wanted to say when they did that, but if you flip it this way, it's however you want to determine the width.
But does a property A and property B have to be measured in the same dimension?
No.
Okay, because one could be width and one could be length.
Sure.
And so the next one, we could adjust whether or not it's length or width
Sure,
again?
it's a really
Okay.
vague standard. It's unusual. It's hard to follow it, and easy to interpret it in the way that you want to. Contiguity means touching our town borders. Anyone that wants to annex, the only way that we can annex property is voluntarily with the consent of the property owner. Their property must touch our city limits. Right? Annexation doesn't mean ownership, it just means within our territorial limits. So the basic rules are exactly what you just said. It has to be within our ETJ, a half mile of our city limits.
But you have to touch the city limits.
Has to be touching. If there's any gap.
That's my point exactly.
Yeah, if there's any gap, then we have to annex the property between them in order to get contiguity.
Yeah, that's my exact point.
Right.
Just because my property, that's what I was getting at, just because a part of my property's in the town limits, the majority's out. The person behind me doesn't get to say, I touch you because part of your property is
No,
in.
they can't be contiguous. The property to be annexed can't be contiguous to property that is not within our town limits, but a part of it is.
Yeah.
That property has to touch our city limits.
Thank you.
Okay, and another weird geometry question. My property is oddly shaped. It has a point on it and everything.
Sure.
I don't think I have 1,000 feet across any of it. It's that maybe corner to corner.
Really?
Yeah, so,
Don't worry about it.
I wouldn't be able to, if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to annex in?
The 1,000-foot prohibition, really, I believe the legislature adopted that to discourage the annexation of, it's to discourage what's called spoke annexations, where cities wanting to reach out and get territory that's farther away would annex a strip. Not necessarily a
Like
road, but
Terrell
something that
did.
looked like a strip.
Yeah, Terrell did.
That spoke annexation would then get the contiguity requirement satisfied, then they'd annex it. That's not what we would be doing with your property.
Right.
So don't worry about it. I hate to say it in those terms, but it's as legal as I can get. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so we have some citizens. Chad McFarland?
Sign it up, Chad.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. If you're already starting this process by saying there's not going to be very many citizens sign up for it, why do it? why open this up? Why spend the money in legal fees? I'm sure there will be some mapping fees to do this when I don't see a benefit to the town. Why are we spending money other than trying to get a few more people in? We're not charging property tax, so there's no increase in income, although we will charge property tax soon enough. I guarantee you that. So I just don't see this is like a solution in search of a problem. So.
Thank you, Chad. Chad West? Shelley Smith?
So, the mayor, are you going to be annexing the remainder of the Poetry Plaza that's not in the city limits?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
Are you going to self-annex any of your property that's not in the city limits?
I have quite a bit of property already in the town, but I don't know, maybe. All right, Patrick Smith. As a matter, Robin, did you have, on number 10, did you have Ms. Hibbs down? I don't have it on this card. I'm sorry, I don't have it on the card. I'm sorry, I don't. Okay, Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith, 187, 30, 1565. What is the reasoning for the agenda notice that says to open a 2-month window? What does that represent, or what is that tied to?
When we first were sworn in, we had some citizens that were saying, hey, I really want to be in the town. And I said, at that point, we have to close it off at some point, because we were recommended by our previous law firm that we get official mapping service. And if it only makes common sense, if you're going to open up the town for those who might want to come into the town, it will change the map potentially, but we wouldn't want to do it piecemeal, because then we'd have to redo the map. So that was just as a matter of common sense. I thought just to have a window frame and then close it off and say, okay, at this point, then we're going to have a mapping service, and this will be the final map for this season.
Okay. You and your husband indicated before the incorporation election was held in 2020 that you planned to self-annex the rest of your farm once Poetry is a town. How much of your farm have you self-annexed into Poetry?
It hasn't been open to that.
Pardon me?
We haven't addressed this until now, and that's why we're discussing this now.
Well, are you saying that because you didn't choose to discuss it until now, that somehow prevented you and your husband from self-annexing the rest of your farm once Poetry is a town?
It actually does. The council has to approve it.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not something that I can do by myself.
Has anybody ever sought the approval of the council to do that?
There have been citizens who've asked about it, and that's why it's on the agenda tonight.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that as of today, you and your husband have self-annexed not 1 square foot of the rest of your farm into Poetry?
Have you?
I didn't represent that I would, ma'am. I didn't make representations to get people to vote for incorporation. I'm asking you and your husband made that representation.
Are you finished?
Are you going to answer my question?
No.
Okay. You don't deny that you or your husband represented that once Poetry is a town, we're going to self-annex the rest of our farm. You don't deny that, do you? Let me ask you something. What's going to be the details on how this...
Your time's up.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other discussion on this matter?
So we're anticipating in 2 months that we're going, after the 2-month window, that we're going to have our official town map drawn.
Well, that's up to the council to decide. That's just something that was recommended by our previous law firm.
Right. So, but that's the reason for the 2-month.
I mean, it could be, the council could say 3 months or 4 months. That was just thrown out there. If you think it should be longer or shorter, then that's up to the council.
I was just making sure that was the intent of giving a window, whether.
Right. I mean, that can be amended, right? So.
But I think to the points that were made, Tara, I mean, a person, a citizen, at any point could approach any member of the council and say, I'd like to put an item on the agenda to self-annex a parcel of land, right? And you could consider.
They absolutely could, and however, after talking to our former legal counsel, they said, well, it really would be better if you do it all in a window because of those reasons. If you're going to have to change the map, that also changes the voting election, all the information for them. They ask for that every cycle. If you've had any changes, so there's a lot involved in that. It's not just, and so if you do it piecemeal, then that creates quite a problem.
And if we redraw the map with a stamp, as they suggested, then every stamp costs money. So, I mean, I don't see a reason
Well,
why
I guess
we
alternatively, you could just start a sign-up sheet for people that want to annex, and we'll have a window in February or March or something where we do it. Right, everybody that shows an interest. And that's kind of like everybody gets married on the same day sort of thing, and that way we've got it all laid out.
We could do a public forum and make it succinct, because otherwise you have piecemeal, and I think that would be more difficult and more confusing.
And Mike, under your proposal, so we would wait until after whatever window before we get the initial stamped map created?
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother topic, but yeah, I think at some point, we need to have a map that's blessed by somebody. I mean, I
Right.
know we got Dorothy and she has her credentials, but we probably need like another person that does maps to put their seal on it, so. And I'm hoping once we get that, making updates isn't a big deal, but to your point, voter rolls, electric companies, other things all have to fall in line as well. But-
So I just thought it was made more sense to allow that window right now, since it's already been, a year and a half, and there've been people waiting, apparently.
And I would be interested in something appearing maybe on the front page of the website, encouraging people, if you might have an interest in self-annexing, would you be willing to tell us that and what's involved so we can start planning as a town
Right.
for the new
No, that's a good
calendar
idea.
year?
That's a good idea.
I mean, let's see if the
Now
line
we-
is 0, then we really don't have to worry about it. If the line
Right,
is
but
50.
at least we opened it up for those who might want to, and I don't know. I mean, I have heard from a couple, but they may have changed their mind by now. I don't know. But we do have to say voluntary. I was corrected by legal. It's not self-annexed because the council does have to approve it, so it is voluntarily annexed, and then the council would vote either yes or no to approve each one, because each one would have to be looked at in a unique way.
If we're going to put anything up, I'd like also for them to say why they want to annex, because I don't want people to annex for the wrong reasons. Right now, we're not providing a ton, and I'm here to serve the people, and if there's any confusion, I want to be able to address it. If people have, I'm curious as to why anybody wants to annex right now. In your emails, what seems to be the general thought? Because there are so few. Really, the only people that would have a reason that I know of are the people that are outside of the town limits and are on one of the few roads that are cut right in the middle of the road. The people on the other side of the road could voluntarily annex and get a vote, and they don't have one right now, but that's in so few places.
There are a couple roads where now it would take probably more than one person at a time. That's the other reason to open this up. There's a few roads where there are people who really want to vote in Poetry. They want to have a vote. They want to have a say. They maybe want to run for office. So there are, and they didn't have a say in the incorporation. So this is a chance for them to have a say.
Is that what they said, is they wanted to run for office and vote?
Well, one of them did refer to voting, but that is the other option, is if they're in the town, then they could potentially run for office.
Is part of their property in the town right now?
No,
Are
None
they
of it is.
adjacent?
not that I'm aware of.
So they'd have to get a neighbor to
Yes.
voluntarily. Ooh.
Yes, so that's another reason to do a 2-month window, because if it's a whole street, that would take some convincing from neighbors to do that. So Mike, you mentioned February. Do you want to maybe do a 3-month, or we start, what, it's
I don't know, I
December?
was just thinking like for 90 days. Let's
90 days?
take names
Okay.
for 90 days, see how many names show up, and then we'll
Okay.
organize the
Do we,
Christmas
okay,
party.
do you want to make a motion for that?
Yeah, make a motion, we put an item on the, somewhere towards the front of the town website, soliciting interest in voluntary annexation.
And do that for 90 days.
And, right, and that we leave that up there for 90 days, and we indicate it's going to be for 90 days, so they know
Okay.
they need to get their name on there in the 90 days, after which the council would decide what to do.
Well, that's a little subjective. I think we need to give a date,
Yeah, what,
like
what's the
March
end of the-
31st.
Yeah, I don't know when it's going to get posted, but just
Well,
from the
okay.
posting date, pick 90 days, and that's the close date.
Till March 31st?
I would still put a date, March 31st
We might
or
say,
something.
I see their point. We might say, because I don't know how soon
Yeah, so March
we can get
30
something
or
up.
31st, whatever,
Okay,
March 30, isn't it? No,
March, what
I
is
don't
it?
remember that little rhyme, but it's got at least 30 days in it.
Okay, so
Second knuckle, so it's 31.
it's 31, March 31st, thank you. Okay, March 31st, okay. So it sounds like we have a motion on the floor that we want to put this opportunity on the website until March 31st to allow citizens to make their desire known for voluntary annexation. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Jaffe, second by Anderson. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously.
And I guess by default, it'd be in the Poetry Post too, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it would hurt to
Decide
put
what
it there.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion by Jaffe, second by Anderson. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously.
And I guess by default, it'd be in the Poetry Post too, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it would hurt to put it there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Number 11, discuss and take action on ordinance to repeal the telecommunications sales tax exemption. Okay, as we noted that we lost about 20% of our income from, that really wasn't our income, but was a mistake from the FEC issue. It wasn't clarified on the contract about the point of delivery. So we did lose some income on that. So, and we have limited ways, it's a type A general law. So the sales and use tax did pass. All this does is repeal the exemption for telecommunications. And so it's one other way that we can obtain a little bit of revenue. I did mention last time, I did kind of an informal poll. Hey, if 100%, if you had 85 cents to $1.25 sales tax on your phone, and it went 100% toward roads, would you be in favor of that? And everyone said yes. So, but you can do your own thought and on that. But and so 800 towns in the city or the state of Texas have done that very thing. But you do have to have an ordinance on that.
Well, the question that came up last time was section 3 in the location, and that's still my question. It says for the town of Portree, but is it in the town boundaries? Is it in the voting?
That would be determined by the comptroller.
Okay.
I did discuss this with her, and she said that would be something that they would have to decide. But she did say if it does pass, then to send it to her by the end of December, because they'll be working on. It's quite the complexity. So, like as I mentioned, I think previously, they actually will come out and do field calls if needed. But it's very complex. But she said, make sure you send this if it passes along with that. Now, we've already sent off the other with our signed and sealed ordinance for the sales and use tax, but this would need to be added to that.
Okay, I make a motion, we pass the ordinance as written.
Okay, is there a second?
I'm sorry, what was the motion? I couldn't hear.
Pass the ordinance as presented as written.
Yeah, okay. I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Jaffe, seconded by Anderson.
Any comments?
No, sir. Mm-mm. Thank you. Seconded by Anderson. All those in favor? And that passes 4 to 1. Okay. All right. All right. Number 13. Number 13 is just a kind of a formality.
12.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Okay, I'm trying to move us along too fast. All right, number 12. So Councilmember Benson asked for this, and so I put it on the agenda, and I'm going to take it from here.
All right, and basically it's, now that we have a town attorney, I'd like for him to review it, but basically I'm proposing, and the reason I did not put it in an official format is because I didn't want it voted on tonight. I wanted some discussion and some thought, but it's just imposing a term limit. So that you would have 3 terms, and then you would be ineligible for a period equal to the length of the term when you became ineligible. So if you have a two-year term, then you would be ineligible for 2 years. If at some point we decide something gets a 4-year term, then you would be ineligible for 4 years. That's what my proposal is. And again, I purposefully did not write it so that it could be passed tonight. I wrote it so that it could be discussed.
But I thought I saw David kind of cringe when we said that earlier in the meeting, like, I don't
Yeah.
think you guys can do this. So.
Exactly.
I did.
So more than welcome your thoughts.
So there's some law out there that tells us what to do.
There's a law that says we can't. There's no law that says that we can. We're a Type A general law municipality. What that means is that we operate under the general laws of the state of Texas. We can only do that which the statutes say we can do, and what can be necessarily or fairly implied from a grant of statutory authority. You with me so far? If we were a home rule city, we can do whatever we want. And until we reach a population of 5,000, we're going to continue to be a Type A general law city. There is no statute that says that we can impose term limits. As a general law city, we don't have that authority. I did a little bit of research, not thorough research, but just a quick check today, and found absolutely nothing in Texas case law that says that we can do that. There are tons of cases that talk about term limits. Every single one of them is with a home rule city. And it's a term limit is something which is imposed by a charter and not by an ordinance. A charter is what you need to make yourself home rule. And so you can have 5,000. It's a great idea. And a lot of cities use them, and some cities don't, but a lot of them do, and very effectively. And actually, I know one city that does it in exactly the way that you had proposed.
Well, that was from Denton. I didn't make it up, so. But
but I just don't think that we can.
Okay.
You could, if you wanted to, extend your terms from 2 years to as much as 4 years. But most general law cities don't ever do that. Because then you're stuck on the council for more than 2 years, whether you like it or not.
If you like this one, though, you should wait to see the next 2 I have for you.
But I guess while we were talking about it, my thinking is we ought to also be discussing staggered terms. We've got elections.
It's a whole nother issue. Yeah.
Well, no, but what I was thinking, it would be part of that. If we're going to have some ordinance about term limits, it should also reflect staggered terms. It's all part of the same story, I think.
We've already discussed that but it is a whole different topic. And we have been recommended on that by a few people. But we have already voted on that, and so we could bring it up next month.
We voted on what?
We voted to not do staggered terms already.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a year ago?
When we first came in.
We voted not to have it, thinking we didn't want to trying to have an election cycle every single year.
But we can
Yeah,
always
I proposed the top 3 vote getters stay for 2 years, and the other 2 went for a 1-year term, and then we'd go into 2-year terms after that.
And that was turned down?
And it was turned down.
But the pros and cons of that could be weighed on our forum if we wanted.
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
All right, so, sorry, guys.
No, I didn't.
All right. So, okay, let's move on. It's late. All right, 13, discuss and take action on renewal of the N365 license subscriptions. So there is no citizen comment on, this is kind of just, it came due on December 10th. This is kind of our annual renewal. It was more than $500, so Josh had to talk to the fella. He's like, Mom, they're gonna cut you off if you don't pay. And I'm like, I can't. It's over $500. And so what he did graciously for us is divide it up. And so we paid the initial, 400 and something, it says here. So, and then the next payment due is $252. So in full disclosure, I just wanted to let you know how that came about. And that's for the online licenses. The annual renewal is for the Exchange Online Archiving and the emails that are for municipalities, so.
So Josh, do we, just out of curiosity, do we have a previous relationship with these guys? I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
They Microsoft sent me to a third party to negotiate the government licenses, which it's not technically a government license right in front of you, but they're what Microsoft directly recommended to me.
Okay, because I have a citizen, she happens to be here tonight, she wasn't sure she's gonna be here, but she sent me a deal where I guess there's also a group, similar name, Computer Solutions, in Midlothian, in Texas, that apparently is also authorized to do the government thing. Their price is a little bit cheaper. It's not a huge amount, but it would be somebody a little bit more local, but I didn't know what our relationship was.
It's not, you can change anytime. We're not bound to them or anything. But it's just, I called Microsoft directly, and they referred me to a group of people. This is the person that returned my call the fastest. I got him.
Well, and I don't have a full-blown quote. They just quoted us per seat.
And it has a slight discount over Microsoft's official price, but the government license, if we got official government license, then it would vary. Of course, it's easy to switch over, but someone else would probably have to do that.
Yeah, their quote is $421.33 for the 7 seats. These guys were $478, so it's 50-something bucks cheaper.
So did they answer their phones?
Well, apparently, I don't know. The person's out here that talked to them, so I don't know if we're going to let
But
her chime
it's
in.
not a big difference there, and it would be a little bit of hassle to switch a different company. And
How much time would it take
Well,
to do all that? Because, I mean, we've got all our emails set up.
But
It sounds kind of difficult.
Well, we're just buying the licenses. Are these guys hosting our email?
No, it's all hosted through Microsoft.
Right, so I mean, it's just who we send a check to. It's not, they're not going to change anything. We just mail them a check and they mail it to Microsoft versus.
It'd be some work, but I don't know how much.
Okay.
The question I have is, it's Microsoft 365 Business Basic, so that includes Word, Excel, blah,
It
blah,
does
blah.
online.
Okay, online.
Yes.
Does anybody here use that, or do we just use the
I have a
email?
personal account, but I don't use the,
You also have a 1 terabyte hard drive you can share between you, which I would recommend you use for documents and
Which
stuff.
we can't do because that would violate OMA.
What? It's all secure. You should.
We can't communicate between
Well,
each
there's
other.
2 council members only.
Well, the agenda item you could upload, but now it's on the website, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we can always upload to the
but
forum anyways,
I guess
if there's something we want to share.
The question I
We
was
can put
asking
anything there.
is there an email or exchange only version, or does all of it include the full package?
There is.
Because if none of us are using those additional tools,
The problem, though, is the backup. Now, because they're kind of particular about the archiving backup, and they kind of bundle it together where you have to get this specific version to bundle the online archive. And the online archive is pretty mandatory, I think,
Yeah.
for you guys.
absolutely.
Okay.
I guess I share the concern of the person that brought this to me, that if we could do business in Texas, I'd like to do business in Texas, but I guess I don't have anything against New York necessarily, but anyway, just food for thought. And it is a little cheaper, and we're kind of trying to save money right now.
Yeah. But if I'm understanding right, the 478 has already been paid for the year, right?
478, because otherwise it would have been disconnected. I didn't know until, what,
So really, what
early
we're-
December, I guess, early December?
Oh, wait, so we're not discussing this, you're just telling us this?
Well, I'm just saying that I didn't think it would be prudent for us to be disconnected from our online, or from our emails. I think I'd be tarred and feathered But
What we're having to pass now is the 250.
is the 250, and then but it does highlight that if you all want to switch, it would take our volunteers some more time, but it could be done potentially, and but I didn't want it to be completely shut off. And I didn't get a renewal notice until, like I said,
Well, I guess
it was after our last meeting and
I don't
before.
want to make work for Josh, but it'd be interesting just to make a quick phone call to these guys before we come in, just say, hey, would this be like a seamless transaction if we just started letting you be our Microsoft people?
You can probably do that for next year.
So is this for the anniversary date,
End of December, I think.
end of December? Okay,
29th of December.
okay. Do you want to call them and maybe figure out for the future, maybe?
Yeah, I can call them in
Okay.
the morning, and then based on that, if the council wants to approve going forward somehow, and I'll call them in the morning and then let Josh know.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys want to do it for the future, no problem.
It's just, I think that because it's already kind of technically past due.
So this was one bill and we've scheduled it, split it into two bills?
Mm-hmm. Because they said they were going to be,
Two different due dates.
and what was the due date on this other one?
Well, they both show 29.
I just don't want to get in this habit. This is exactly why.
Well, originally, the cutoff date was 12/30, was actually, what was the cutoff date?
I think it was in November, so.
The cutoff date was earlier, and he extended it graciously. It wasn't
And I
like,
appreciate that, but not to beat a dead horse. This is why we keep a $500 spending limit, so we don't separate bills.
okay, so if you want to keep, so he didn't send a renewal notice until after our meeting, so I had no, so what was my choice?
He didn't send the renewal until after it was already due?
After our meeting, the last month. So I had, what choice did I
I
have?
think the correct thing would have been to host a meeting or something, but we need to do some forecasting. We know this bill's gonna come up due next year on 12/1,
I think
so
this would have been a good place if we had had it all set up and ready for the forum.
I don't wanna make a habit of splitting bills.
Yeah, because, we can't vote on things, but we could certainly be made aware of things. Like, hey, guys,
Would be a great thing for the forum. I agree on that. It would. But it wasn't our budget to do that. But, and maybe there needs to be a council member who's in charge of all the renewals because I have no secretary. So a secretary could keep track better of those kind of things. So if one of you wants to step up and try and keep track of all that, that'd be super.
Is that not, what'd you say about secretary? You don't have one.
We don't have one right now.
So none of this has been put into an Outlook calendar? None of these renewals?
When I talked to Mayor Craig, he said, when you get a secretary, please, and you figure out the due dates on everything and all the deadlines on everything, please let me know because I'm still trying to figure them out. He's been a mayor for, 6 years? All right, so how do y'all want to handle this?
I think we're legally obligated to keep this archive for 7 years, so we have to do it. And we don't have a question of passing it, so I move that we pay the bill.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Vincent, seconded by Fowler to pay this bill for the N365 Computer Solutions East. All those in favor?
And to
that
clarify,
passes.
that's for the archiving. Is that for everything or just
It's
the archiving?
for everything. It's the 7 basic license plus the archiving. Mhm. Okay, number 14, accept the resignation of City Secretary Teresa Scholander owing to critical health concerns. Secondly, consider raising the pay to $20 an hour, up to 10 to 15 hours per week for the secretary to focus on bookkeeping, communications, and notary responsibilities at this time. Take action to advertise the position. So Secretary Teresa, through a series of text messages, emails with myself and the council, without saying too much personal data, basically the resignation letter is as Dear Mayor Sinkovich, 2 weeks ago, I sent a text update to you and the 5 council members of the town of Poetry explaining my need to step down as town secretary to focus on my health issues, treatments, and recovery from cancer and its effect on my body. Today, I received my permanent disability plates. It's been difficult to accept. The options for my health are to continue my path and listen to my doctors and loved ones' advice and directions. I am still in the fight with the good Lord guiding my way daily in each moment. Please accept this email as my formal resignation as contract labor employee for the town of Poetry. Sincerely, Teresa Rita Schalander. So, I guess the first matter we have here is Chad McFarland.
Are y'all going to discuss this at all first?
What was the pay for the secretary?
Well, it's $15 an hour. So I kind of wanted to break it up, if we could, to accept the resignation. One thing that Teresa did say is this is not a $15 an hour job. She said this is $20 to $25 an hour at least. And I did confirm that with several city secretaries. And so, I mean, Panda Express is paying $17 an hour for a high school kid with no experience. You're expecting someone to do, and I do know, in all fairness, I do know wages have gone up tremendously, even in the past year. It's hard, I mean, and I think across America you see a lot of help wanted. So the times are such that it's really difficult. A lot of people have help wanted signs. A lot of people are short-staffed because the wages, I mean, it is, the wages have gone up. And so, but for this, you're expecting someone to have skills in bookkeeping, know software, Excel, QuickBooks, and take a lot of, someone who can have some tough skin, and answer public information requests, handle and organize our very dear, ordinances and resolutions, all the city records. So it does need to be someone who can be organized, someone who is proficient, someone who's trustworthy. So all that. So she did say that it definitely needs to be increased. So I did do a little, just today, I did a little calculation. Because she was in medical tests a lot, our budget for the year for secretarial is $10,500. Spent to date from October through November is only $911.25, which leaves through the fiscal year end of end of September $95.8875, and that's with trying to forecast only 2 weeks in January because hiring someone, that's even being I think, optimistic. Hiring someone for 2 weeks in January, then it would give us 510 potential hours through the fiscal year end. And so I kind of have a little breakdown for the council. If we kept the wage currently at $15, that would leave us, it'd actually be under budget. But when you start hitting the mark of 510 hours times $18 an hour, you'd be under budget by $408 fiscal year end. If you moved it up to $19, you would be over budget by $101.25. If you moved it to $20 an hour, you would be over budget by $611.25. So there's that.
Well, that's good and all. And I'll pitch this out there to say, not every time you increase the employee's salary does it actually make it more expensive overall. There's a reason people are paid more. There's a reason businesses pay management more. And it's not because they love management and want to just give them free money. It's because they'll earn more money in the end from paying people more. And something we need to consider is our turnover rate a lot. Our turnover rate has been poor with city secretaries, and that's just a fact. We've had to do a lot of training, and that's inefficient. We're spending a lot of money on getting people started and familiarized with the system and dealing with all the problems, only to have them leave, which just incurs more expense. We need to stop that as much as possible, or else we're going to incur a bunch of time wasted and money wasted. On top of that, I would question whether we need to limit this to 10 to 15 hours, a week. Because the truth is, I've seen a lot of administrative slip-ups, not to the fault of previous secretaries or the mayor, but because of turnover rates and unorganization. I don't think anybody sitting out here that's familiar with the town going on, or that's sitting up here on the board is going to say that we're in an optimal position for organization. I certainly don't think we are. And that's something worthy of spending money on. Legal, roads, and making sure the administrative is done right, I think are the three most important things. I mean, we had a calendar date that was missing for the meeting. That was very confusing for some citizens. Mr. Mike Jaffe was left out of the email, and minutes weren't up for quite a few meetings we were looking at. And you know what? That isn't all the fault of, Ms. Tara or of previous secretaries. That's just, there's not enough time that we have to spend on this. I mean, Miss Debbie, our auditor, said that we needed a bookkeeper that could stay and had time for us to do this. It's important. It needs to be done. Our finances and making sure we have enough time to deal with those is important. And we just need to make sure that we're actually spending enough money on this to make sure we're not going to complicate things later. Even if we pay them $20 an hour, that's about 1/10 of the cost of legal. So if them spending 10 hours is going to make it simpler for legal, and is going to prevent 1 hour of legal, they just paid for themselves. So I'd consider more hours.
That is another thing that Teresa said. She said you need at least 20 hours a week on this.
That, and you know what? And I've talked to the two previous secretaries, didn't mean to cut you off there, but I've talked to now all the secretaries. While they were in, I wanted to be kind of their contact for them to bounce ideas off of, to see what they complained about, but also had a good, long, with most of them, it was like 2-hour discussion afterwards, after they left and got all their input. Every single one of them really emphasized you need somebody to work longer. You just need it. Nobody can do this job in the time you've given, and it's going to drive people away because it's too much work to handle. They're overworked.
It's overwhelming. Yep. Well, I know in just speaking with a few city secretaries, namely Talty, and I mean, she's been there a number of years, because she's been there for so long, she's able to save the town money through getting their own ordinances, like he said, suggested taking it from other cities and just having him proof it, like, okay, is this good? And then they can save money that way. And then having the consistency, would be amazing. Yeah. So I don't see, I think you're right. I think we have had several people say that it does need, it's not just a 15-hour a week job. I know I'm working 40 plus on the town, and I don't know that that's sustainable. I'm paying people to do the jobs I used to do so I can work for the town for free. And so I don't know that it's sustainable for future mayors to have that much responsibility. All right, Chad McFarland.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. Just one thing on the amount we've already spent this year for for wages on the budget versus actual that was put out last month showing October showed there was an $821.25 charge. Then on this financial report bank statement, there's a check that cleared for $813.15. So that, to me, indicates we've paid $1,634 in wages already.
That check was delayed, just to answer.
Okay, so we've got 10,500 total budget. I agree. It's obvious this town needs a lot of help when it comes to accounting. We need it. But my concern is, where's the money going to come from? Because we're already tight on budget, and we've got a big question mark on revenue when it comes to the sales tax. So, because we don't know what that money is, how much of that's going to be. So, kind of a conundrum, and I don't envy y'all making this decision, because secretary, we need somebody that's skilled and has some bookkeeping experience in this position, but I don't know where y'all are gonna get the money to pay for it.
Well, if we kept the hours at 15 currently, I mean, I will say that Teresa wasn't able oftentimes to even work the 15, so because of her medical issues the last couple months. So if we kept it at 15 and then depended on a few volunteers to make the copies and do the minutes, I think that would help for now.
Yeah, very few things in this town have gone according to plan. And I think, again, I'm speaking in favor of paying more money for the secretary, but I just don't know where y'all are gonna get the money to pay for it.
So if we went to $19 an hour with the hours that are left in the fiscal year for 15 hours a week, that would only be $101 over our current budget.
It might drive secretaries away with the 15 hours,
The
so.
15 hours.
I mean, it's gonna be exhausting, and that's also less of a, working 15 hours for 15 or $20, it's 15 hours for 15 or $20, it still isn't a lot. That's a side gig. But,
Well, I
it's
do.
not enough hours. I mean, we've run enough secretaries out that, and enough is giving
Well, I think,
feedback.
in all fairness, Teresa wanted to continue working. Her body just wouldn't allow her. She loves to work. So, but she did have some issues with the pay. She said this job is worth more than 15. She did have some
She was kind of a
issues.
special case as well. I mean, she liked to work, and she's not capable, so.
Yeah,
And she was limited on her income and the number of hours she could work, so.
Oh, she was, right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that basing the pay scale on her experience is necessarily going to get us a whole lot of traction moving forward. I'm in favor of increasing the hours. I'm in favor of increasing the wage. I don't know where we're going to find the money, though. Because we don't have a whole lot of, we just don't have a whole lot of room. We're a small town.
We don't. And, I mean, hopefully legal fees will be down, but we don't actually have any proof for that. That's just a hope. And it's going to be above budget, even if we increase the hours by a little bit. If we go to $20 and increase the hours, it's going to be above budget. We don't know for sure legal's going to be cheaper. I mean, I assume so, but.
But to your point, Simeon, every 10 hours of a secretary can potentially cancel 1 hour legal. That's pretty good.
Well,
trade.
and now that so I think so we have legal through October from the previous firm. So going forward, I think our budget for that should be quite a bit less.
I think we decided we have about 20 left in the legal budget, right after we pay all our bills.
So there might be some wiggle room there. We'll see.
So if we were up and running, he's saying we should burn about 8 a year, but we got some P and Z and other questions. It could be money pit. So, we're probably not going to get off for 8 a year if we tackle those kinds of things.
Well, in order to advertise and do this properly, we do need to post something, I think. So if we... I mean, I will say that Amanda Lewis, the mayor of Forney, had an applicant. She said, I can't hire her. She's not a good fit, but she would potentially be a good fit for your town. And so she sent her information to me, and she does look promising. And she's looking for 15 to 20 hours a week. So there is a potential there, but we do need to open it up properly.
That's what I wondered, is run till we run out and then deal with that.
Can we advertise the rate at $20 and council just agree that the budget remaining until until we know otherwise, is $9,588. If we need to cut back towards the end of the year, I mean,
You just leave it as is? Like, are you suggesting $20 an hour and leave the hours right now the way it is, and then
Yeah,
we'll just see?
Yeah, until we
Yeah.
get closer to the end, and then we
Yeah.
may have to rob roads or something else that
We're
we know
talking-
we're not gonna use.
Yeah, okay.
it's 30 hours over. So, I mean, you're gonna have some holiday weeks in there. I mean,
Right.
I guess it's foreseeable that we could nail it at $9,500.
So that's only, if that is correct, it's only 30 hours additionally, that's only
30
six,
points. Yeah, it's
it's only
30.55.
600 extra dollars, it's not gonna break the bank.
Right. Well, that's the 611 divided by 20, it's 30 and a half hours. So
Okay.
it's foreseeable we will have holidays that they probably won't
Right.
put in the full time. But
Right.
if we just, as council, agree that we have a $9,588 budget remaining, I mean, that, it is what it is.
But we have to attract the right candidate, because the ramp and the learning curve is steep.
And I think
And
that's
it
why we have
doesn't
to
do to
raise the
keep
pay.
investing in people. And now Teresa was a different situation, but I agree with Simeon. We want to draw a good candidate, as good as we can afford. And I think $20 is going to get a little better.
I think it would, yeah, I mean, Teresa was making probably double that in her full-time job, but then life changed.
Okay, need a motion?
Now, are y'all saying are y'all wanting to keep the hours the same?
15
For now.
hours at $20 an hour
For now.
for now, and if we run into an issue, we'll put it on the agenda and talk through it. But we're going to try to push that down the road a little bit till we, see what our bills, we've got a few more bills we'd like to get in
And
and paid.
we do have a volunteer that has volunteered to do the minutes, and that takes up quite a bit of time, so.
All right, well, if the council thinks that's best, we really do need a secretary that can work more eventually. I'm sure we
I
can
agree.
hobble our way through until we can get some more funds, but it's gonna be hobbling.
I think time will tell on that, but yeah.
Well stated.
Yep.
So I make a motion, we accept it. $20 an hour, 10 to 15 hours a week.
Or 15 hours a week, up to 15 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, it's currently approved for 15. Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Anderson, seconded by White, to approve the increase in pay for the city secretary position at $20 an hour, up to 15 hours per week. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, okay, one more item. This is now entering our public forum. Yeah, let's take a break. 5-minute recess. Okay, we're opening our last item of the public forum. In this one, we are set to discuss and take action on the ordinance for the comprehensive plan with future land use map as discussed previously and updated on the website. So we did have, I think, a couple meetings ago, we had this very thing. We had significant public input. We have revised the map according to some of the recommendations. And so the P&Z, we have some P&Z members here who they've worked really hard on this. And so I'm going to go ahead and let them discuss some of this.
Well, let me jump in because I think this is going to be a short agenda item because we met as P&Z the last time and marked up the map, and we're trying to make some edits for it because people like the Smiths, who are definitely supposed to be green and agrarian, are marked as pink, and it's just wrong. The map is wrong right now. We already made amendments to it. The one that was put up is incorrect. It is not up to date. And there are things that need to be changed on that straight up. I've talked to a couple people. It wasn't exactly clear who was supposed to be moving forward with that. There was some confusion as to who was supposed to be working with Dorothy to edit that. So it's not up to date. It's not really ready to be passed.
So are there any more amendments to the mission statement in all of the 3-page? We have a mission statement, purpose, current land use guidelines, goals, and purposes. Are there any amendments to that document?
Not that I've heard of. I mean, that hasn't really been the debate. We've
Okay.
changed the map the most.
Okay.
I mean, but they're attached in the same document. The map's just at the end of the Poetry Comprehensive Plan. It isn't in the, we didn't send it out that way, but that's the way comprehensive plans are.
Okay, so is there a timeline that you can give us? Because I know we've been working on this a number of months. Is there something that, is that something if we met again next month with this, would that be something that you feel like you would have up current?
Well, I feel like we've got the edits that we were going to make. Mr. Terry especially headed that up, made sure everybody that could be agrarian was. I got to give him some credit. I mean, that's what the comprehensive plan's about. And we have those edits currently. It would also be a good idea to have it online for people to look at. Again, probably the forum, and encourage people, look at it, tell us what's wrong, and then we can talk about it on the forum and make edits throughout the holidays and into January until our next meeting. And that would give the citizens a lot of feedback because it's their document after all, it's their land.
Okay.
Who makes the edits to the map, Simeon? Is that Dorothy? Her name is on the bottom here.
That is, and she's historically worked with one of the people in P&Z. It's typically been Mr. Kevin Sinkovich, but also...
This is her map, basically, with the P&Z stuff drawn in.
Right, and she's
areas.
not doing a lot. She's just flipping colors, and that takes a little time. I don't mean to say she's not doing anything,
Right.
but, I mean, yeah, she flips the colors for us.
As they're directed by yourself?
Yes, P&Z subcommission.
I was just wondering who was, I didn't think you guys had suddenly started messing with the map, because this looks like the regular map, just with some stuff.
There's a lot more green on this revision that I've noticed. I haven't really
And
studied it.
It should be even more green than that whenever we're done with it.
Okay, future meeting.
Okay, so we had quite a few people who wanted to speak on this. Everybody. So I think we should go ahead and give them a
let's get
chance.
everybody's input.
Yeah,
I don't think
let's
it's
get their
harm to
input. All right, Chad McFarland.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. It's disturbing that this is on the agenda as an action item when it's not even complete. So I'm glad that it seems like the direction is to finish this before you take action on it. So that's my comment.
Okay. Dale Bryant. Okay. Chad West. Tracy Hibbs.
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road 2432. Please tell me that we're going to have road numbers on these maps.
I mean, we could. Do we have it on that one?
I thought we added it at one point.
Tiny, but they're on there.
We do have them on there?
Yeah, they're on the map.
Okay, because the
Yeah.
last one I saw didn't have.
I think they added it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Lisa Ray, you're next.
Hello, Lisa Ray here going, 202 Meadowdale Drive, Rockwell, Texas. So I wanted to speak tonight because I had a question on what it meant to incorporate. And I am going to be a future resident of Poetry, and the reason why is pretty much from the statement. The Poetry mission statement is why I want to move here. And I wanted to read that. Our mission is to protect our rural and agricultural lifestyle from the encroachment of persons, developers, and special districts who do not hold the rural spirit as a priority. We desire to keep development consistent with a rural lifestyle. We desire to have at our core as few rules as possible to be in keeping with the rural life. We desire to have a say in heavy industry, not light industry, and undesirable things which may try to diminish the beauty of our rural poetry. We desire to obtain revenues from utilities that run throughout our area and keep taxes lower than the city of Terrell. We desire to hold liberties dear to our citizens while being considerate of our neighbors. Excuse me I'm very nervous because I'm not a resident here, so I honestly don't feel like I have a right to say that, but this is why I want to move to poetry. And that's why I love poetry, and I hope that you keep it that way. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Ray. I don't see Shelley Patrick Smith.
Are we still on agenda item number 15?
We're on the comprehensive plan, yes, sir.
So not something about incorporation?
The mission statement was very similar to what she was reading, so, yep.
Okay. Well, once again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I find myself saying, what are we doing? What are we doing? We don't have the final plan. The map is not correct. Why wasn't this just pushed off and everybody can go home? Why do we have people getting up giving speeches? Supposedly there's this concern about the meetings last so long and people don't talk fast enough and they should run up here to the podium. What are we doing if we really are trying to economize the council's time? We should not be getting up here talking about things that are not on the agenda. So just for point of clarification, I did some research today, and I really couldn't determine what a public forum is. So for clarification, can somebody tell me, is this another attempt to have a hearing at which the public is given the opportunity to give testimony and present written evidence? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Was
There
that
we go.
the timer, or was that the timer?
Is that supposed to be?
Oh, okay, I wanted clarification. That wasn't your timer, okay.
So can anybody say that? Are we here pursuant to 213.003 of the local government code? Yes or no? So the citizens know if they need to call witnesses and put on evidence.
Anything else?
Yeah, so once again, what are we doing?
All right, Kevin Sinkovich, pass. Mike Griffin? Joshua Sinkovich, pass. Okay. All right, so we're on to general public comments. So we'll try and revisit this. This is just so we can bring it to light and hopefully get it completed. Okay, that's kind of a...
Well, we do need somebody to work with Dorothy. I mean, if you want to move on, you can as the chair, but to make the edits that the P&Z subcommittee's already looked at, and then to make edits, as we discuss them on the form, probably a good idea to designate
To designate someone? Okay, would you like to volunteer for that?
No, I would not.
So is there another person on the P&Z that might be willing to do that?
I'm sorry, if something's happened, I can't hear anything.
Okay, sorry. So he was suggesting that we nail down someone to make the edits with the map person, Dorothy Dillon, but we need a designated person to get that accomplished. Okay. So, okay, it sounds like we have a volunteer, Mr. Dale Bryant. Well, it's online. So no one mentioned that the map online is not the updated one?
10/7/22.
I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, this is on the website today.
Okay. Okay, you need to, if you would, sir, send me the most current map that you have and the corrected one. Okay, then I need a copy of that, then I can send that on to the Wix person so that we can get it on the website. So that's, we have to talk about these things.
I mean, that'd be
Just-
nice if it was. I can't remember.
Just real quick, are we paying, how often is the map being updated?
Well, that too, but people would come to us and say, hey, I've got 10 acres, and you've got small residential, it needs to be agrarian, and, you know, so, and that's part of the input that we need, the reason why the map has changed.
Well, and I think it's good to listen to our citizens. You know, we need to be open to that. Okay. All right, so yeah, that's part of it.
Did we already make those edits with Dorothy? We just haven't been sent the map. Did Dorothy already make the edits on the map?
I think she has, I think we have a map, it's just the long map has been published.
Did you do that with her?
Then, so then you didn't send it to me?
Okay.
No, I don't have that.
And we went through everything, and talked to her about what all we did, and then we looked at the map at one of our meetings.
So that map needs to be sent on to Lauren to update on the website. Okay. I think there's been a lack of communication. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then, yeah, and we want to get it on the forum for the next month so people can look at it as much as possible and we can talk about it as a council.
He's referring to the online forum that just came up, what, Friday or something? All right, so general public comments. All right, Chad McFarland. Jack Singovich. Dale Bryant. Lisa Ray. Okay, Tracy Hibbs.
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road 2432. So, Mr. White, are you a signer on the checkbook?
I'm
Are you a
sorry.
signer on the checkbook?
Sign on the checkbook.
He is a
Yes, yes, I am.
co-signator.
Or
Yes.
it can be.
And Mr. Anderson, you are as well?
What?
You're a signer on the checkbook?
You have signature authority.
I think that's all a public record.
Okay, perfect. So, were any one of you involved in the audit?
We're not here to answer questions.
This is
If you
general
want to submit
comment.
it, you can submit it.
This
to
is
someone
general
else.
Yeah, why don't you email us on that? Okay.
Well, I'm just curious if Mr. White or Mr. Anderson had anything to do with the audit. Did the auditor talk to either one of you? Because you are our checks and balances on expenditures and revenue.
I'll answer just because we've set a precedence. I'll try not to answer these in the future because
Sure.
we have, it's really against what we passed as a council. So I'll only do it, I'll try not to do it in the future. But to this, no, I wasn't asked by any auditor. I had nothing to do with that process.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Shelley Smith. Patrick Smith. Glenn Strauss.
Glenn Strauss, 11072 County Road 2454 in Poetry. And I just want to know, are any of y'all on parole from major offenses? I'm on parole from, I just need to know if any of you served prison terms. That's sarcasm, okay? All right.
Not yet.
Good answer. I want to thank you, the mayor and the council. I know that none of you knew what you were getting into when you got here. You're doing a terrific job of continuing to make progress in what we all want, which is maintain our rural lifestyle. And take all this opposition with a grain of salt. I don't see any of it being any value. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Kevin Sinkovich. Mike Griffin. Meeting adjourned.